just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going. And I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door. And now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, take a seat. Oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, take a seat. Oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I give all of me, yeah. All fight, never fleet, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside, handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision, who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, take a seat. Oh please, I'm busy now. Oh please, I'm busy now. 2, 1, go!
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of the Esports World Cup and, of course, the Riyadh Masters. It is day number 3, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you for day 3. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another day upon us for some Dota 2 action. We are still in the play-in stage, of course. This is the final day of said stage. But before all that, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You know, we've been getting some pretty good results for Southeast Asia, so it's been feeling good here. I'm sure all of our audience from Southeast Asia is enjoying this as well, seeing the revitalized Blacklist and Aurora doing reasonably well in Group B, which is a little bit tighter overall. But as you mentioned, day 3 of the play-ins, technically the last day, as we have decider matches on the next day. So this is when the group stage of the play-ins kind of ends. We see who gets eliminated, who gets to stay in, and who has to play that best of 3 to make it into the group stage in the next phase. So it's all kind of winding down for this first part. Remember, this is the first part out of 3 parts for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, Mike. There's the group stage still afterwards, and then the playoffs after. So the first leg is coming to its slow end, but there's still so much more Dota to play.
Oh, there's a hell of a lot of Dota to play, and that's what we love about big tournaments like this. Is just so many different stages you've got to kind of focus on and keep track of here with the Riyadh Masters. Of course, we do have some highlights as to what happened yesterday, Jonathan. There was some fantastic games that were on that you and I got to enjoy. Of course, we are on the B stream, so perhaps some different highlights here today. And it is indeed. We have Beast Coast, of course, starting with Entity. Entity have been looking fantastic, Jonathan. They've already kind of confirmed their position in the group stage, but why not have a look at some highlights, see how they did it?
Yeah, I think they've been, again, for Entity, it's going to be a little bit interesting. We'll get to actually watch an Entity game ourselves on this stream, as we'll take a look at the schedule later. But they have been performing outstandingly well in the past few months. Again, TIA qualifiers, Riyadh Masters qualifiers have gone really well for them. Online third-party tournaments have gone extremely well for them as well. Some of the lands they came into earlier in the year maybe were a little bit rockier than you'd want or expect from this roster. But it does feel like they've managed to iterate and iterate each and every single time to get better and better. And we are seeing those results now. Again, they've already managed to secure their position in top 2 of their group here, Group A in play-ins. So this next match might not weigh as much, but certainly you still want to have a good foot forward. Of course, we also saw other series, Mauza up against Azure that we're seeing up now. It's been a rough road for the side of Azure in Group B, already set to be eliminated. Not a single match. 1-0-8 overall in these play-ins. Unfortunately for the legendary stack, today is not going to help them in any way. There's no way they can climb out. It's rather unfortunate, isn't it? It does feel like China overall has been kind of struggling here.
I mean, they certainly have, Jonathan. It has not been the greatest of tournaments here for the Chinese regions, nor the Chinese fans, but nevertheless, it is the way the cookie crumbles. You can't win everything, John. That is something we are kind of seeing here is, of course, again, Entity. Fantastic work from their end of things. We're seeing Beast Coast versus IG as well. There's a lot of highlights, Jonathan, that we had from yesterday. So a lot of Dota 2 action again. 3 different streams happening at the same time does mean a lot of highlights we do tend to have. Of course, G2 IG and Beast Coast did happen as well. That was a fun matchup. I believe actually going 2-0 the way of Beast Coast. So props to them for making that matchup work out in their favor. And speaking of Beast Coast, they are currently sitting in 3rd place in Group A. So they are in a good position to fight their way through to the group stage of the Riyadh Masters. Assuming today goes well for them, that is.
Yeah, I believe the circumstances for that, VP, which they are playing up against next, and the only real contender for knocking them down, VP has to get a 2-0 to knock Beast Coast out from the top 3. If Beast Coast manages to get 1 game, then they are I believe, confirmed to be locked in the top 3. G2IG is not going to be able to eclipse that, even if they get 2-0 on their own as well. So Beast Coast just needs to find at least 1 win. There's a lot of pressure there for VP, but that is later in the day, of course, or rather it's in a different stream, as I believe that is on stream C, as we are in stream B here today.
We got
and again,
promoted.
Yeah, we got, yeah, sure, we got promoted. I don't know, I'm always happy to just be here, you know. I don't really care A, B, C. I don't know my alphabet, Mike. I don't know which comes first, so it doesn't really matter when you can't understand it, Mikey. And again, today's going to be a fun time here on Stream B. So we are taking a look again. Entity, going to be an exciting team to watch out for. But, you know, Blacklist as well, you have to kind of expect to do something. And again, that's going to be our first matchup when we take a look at that schedule here.
I love the facial expressions of some of the players when they win a game. You know, they just, the headset comes off, they kind of crumple their face up a little bit. Like, what was even that? Well, why did I waste my time playing that game? That wasn't even worth my time. The other team should just forfeit it. So, some of the facial expressions you get to see after a game sometimes. So very nice to see. Of course, again, we have 3 different streams. We have 3 different games going on at the same time. A lot of action for Dota 2. Let's bring up the standings, Jonathan, because I need to understand exactly where we are, and of course the viewers want to understand exactly where we are as well. And again, as you can see, you do have currently Blacklist International, Entity, and Beast Coast in the top 3 of Group A, Heroic, PSG, Quest, and Aurora in Group B in the top 3. Jonathan, as the #1 Blacklist International hater, how do you feel about the standings right now for Group A?
I'm really happy for Blacklist. Again, you say hater, but again, how can you ever forgive a performance like TI Qualt? And they had to make up for it. And they are making up for it here. They deserve the props. I mean, look, if you're a fan of something, you hate it when they lose. How can I be a hater? I absolutely hate it when they lose. When Talon used to throw, I used to give them all the crap in the world. When Aurora fails and lands, I'm always there. They're yelling at you. It's like, oh, here we go, giving our slot to a team that'll just drop out again.
Oh,
and, you know, they, again, onto Blacklist, they have proven a point. 7-1, locked in. No matter what happens today, they will be in that top 3. They are making it into the group stages. We saw their announcements. I was watching their game yesterday as well. Very dominant victory overall. We were hanging out with the other pros actually watching it, so it's rather interesting. We can look at our schedule here today as well to see what matchups we have. And again, I've been mentioning it a lot, but we're going to have Blacklist up against Entity first, followed by Mouse versus PSG Quest. This first matchup, pretty exciting, pretty close in skill level as you'd expect. Although these two teams haven't faced off against each other in any recent time, it should be fun. I think, again, there's no real waiting for this for Blacklist and Entity. They are just in the top 3 no matter what happens. So 2-0 either way, they are still ahead enough that they're not going to be knocked down by any of the contenders. So in a very secure spot, shouldn't be too worried coming in. But both teams will still want to put their best foot forward. I'm not sure how the seeding works. And there were a lot of questions yesterday when I was hanging out with some other viewers, some other pro players who were asking, is there any strategy to consider a loss just because you might be seeded to the stronger group when you come into the group stage if you win? You know, that's the one interesting part, as we'll see our match of the day here coming up. And again, like, the strategizing on that. Do you want to win if you end up in Group A, which is a scary team, as our match of the day, again, is our first series of Blacklist versus Entity? Would you want to lose if that brings you to Group B? You know, put the pride away, get the easier group, get the slightly less, quote-unquote, less scary group coming in? Who knows? I don't know if it even factors. It might not even matter.
It may not. We don't know, Jonathan. I gotta admit, I'm not a big fan of teams that, purposely just throw the game for the sake of getting the easier seeding for themselves. I don't know. It's kind of a weird one. I suppose we'll see how it all pans out. Though the match of the day, again, Blacklist International up against Entity. That is going to be the series we are casting as well, Jonathan, on the B stream. My goodness, thank goodness we've been promoted here to the B stream, Jonathan. Obviously, you're distraught having to cast another Blacklist International game, but I'll make sure we keep the bias in check, Jonathan. I know you're biased for Entity. I'll be biased for Blacklist International because, I am the actual SCA fan here. John, maybe Aurora does well. Maybe Talon makes it next year to Riyadh Masters. You can support them. I don't know. Something like that.
What do you mean? I mean, again, how can anyone blame me? Everyone was giving them crap for losing a TI, even TNC. TNC, who made them lose the next 2 games out of 4 that they lost back-to-back. There was a lot of expectations. And talking about Blacklist, again, ignoring the past, they've done great in this tournament. They've been running a lot of this Beastmaster for Gabby, first pick Beastmaster. Every team that they play up against that allows it through just gets demolished by that Beastmaster hoodwink we've seen time and time again from Blacklist International. Giving these heroes out to Gabby is a cause of concern, and that's one place where I think Entity will have to look hard. There's enough data to back that up. There have been rumblings. I was talking to the other pros, talking to Armel, Cuckoo, about what happens when the Beastmaster is banned. Gabby did have one game where that was banned out yesterday in their second series, and he played Wind Ranger, and it actually crushed the lane. I know you're not the biggest fan. The stats speak for themselves. It's an 83% win rate, Mike. The only hero next to that picked as often is the Beastmaster, which, again, Blacklist has been picking. So there is an idea there for Blacklist. Okay. I'm wondering if Entity would rather play against Wind Ranger or the Beastmaster. It feels like if you had to choose, you might want to play against the Wind Ranger instead, bully it out in lane. Although, according to like Armel and Cuckoo and the others, it is fairly hard to bully out in lane from their perspective. From the eye in the sky for us caster, it doesn't feel too bad. We have seen Wind Ranger get atrocious lanes before, so I think it's just a matter of setting that up for that, if ever that's the route Entity will want to take. But again, Blacklist have looked revitalized, have looked galvanized like some square steel here, Mike. And they have come out stronger after a very rough experience.
Well, why would you make the comparison to Square Steel, Jonathan? We literally have Storm Spirit, we're casting Dota 2, and for some reason your mind went to Steel rather than Storm. How did that happen, John?
Galvanized Square Steel. Galvanized Square Steel. I guess someone just doesn't look at memes, Michael Phoenix.
Well, what is the...
Someone doesn't listen to memes.
Hold on a minute. Square Steel. Hold on. Trying to figure
You're
out.
Actually looking this up. Oh,
I'm looking it up.
Galvanized Square Steel. Little Johnny saved up enough. Little Johnny saved up $100 million to buy a small apartment in New York City, size 0.2 square meters. You know that? No? Doesn't ring a bell?
So I don't understand about you. The memes you get into just makes no sense. So we're gonna bring up Entity. I gotta see something other than John right now. I'm just disgusted in you, Jonathan. Entity, of course, very
disgusted
handsome
in
faces.
me.
Yeah, I am disgusted in you, John. Your meme game is just I don't know where
my
your
meme game is weak. My meme game is weak.
I never said the word weak. I simply stopped.
You know what's
at
not
your
weak?
Meme game.
You know what's not weak? Entity is not weak. Number 2 right now in the groups. They've been looking fantastic. Again, some of their LAN results this year hasn't been the most impressive, but their online qualifiers have been consistently good. Most recently in third-party tournaments, they've been raking in some wins. It's been a while since you and I have managed to catch Entity, but it's kind of interesting because no one has played up against Blacklist before in the TI qualifiers last year when he was on SMG, and that was a complete dumpstering from him in the mid lane. He just destroyed Abed in that matchup, if I recall correctly, if my memory goes back far enough for a year. So I'm curious to see if there's anything Blacklist picked up from that long time span. They haven't played against this roster of Entity at all in this year, in the few events they did manage to qualify for. And it's going to be interesting. It does feel like Entity, again, they've slowly improved on every position. You can never count no one out in the mid lane. You have to watch out for some cheeky picks for Watson and DM. And you have to always respect the impact of Fishman and Kataumi on the supports. So it should be very fun seeing that. Again, the most explosive for me is just watching no one up against Abed. I think that's definitely the lane matchup to watch out for there.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. We'll keep an eye on that mid matchup to see if Abed can kind of get a bit of revenge from last time. But of course, no one, a bit of a legendary name, been around for such a long time and still dominating the mid lane as he does. See if Entity can again pull off this Game 1 victory up against Blacklist International, put themselves off to a good start here to proceed into a Game 2. Again, both these sides, they're kind of playing for pride and seeding. Jonathan, I mean, you know, you don't want to lose. I think is the way to put it. Both of them have already confirmed their position in the group stages, so they don't really have much else to play for, apart from the ability to say, I'm better than you. Which, in fairness, is worth a lot. You know, you go to lunch, you go to the buffet, you see the other team, you go to the table right next to them, Jonathan, you sit down after your series, and you just let them... You don't say a word. You just... The presence of you sitting right next to them, them being the losers, you're being the winner, you know, it's a good feeling.
I'm pretty sure none of the teams care, Michael Phoenix. We've seen that in LAN. Most of them aren't even aware of the other players.
It's a long tournament, Jonathan. It's a long tournament. I mean, I'm telling you right now.
It's a long tournament. Yeah, it is. They literally don't care. The players just focus on their game.
This is why a team should have hired me. Because if you send me out to a LAN, I'll just start messing with all the enemy players. Every time. I'll just start messing with them.
What enemy players? You're a caster. You shouldn't be fighting players, Michael Phoenix.
I'll put salt in their coffee.
What are you doing?
You know?
You're taking it out of their jobs by admitting to instigating the players. What are you doing? This is the end of her career. It's over. It's over. We're done. It's gone, Mike. This is it. The last hurrah for Mike and John. Blacklist versus Entity game number 1. Do you see the bands coming in here? Blacklist.
How hard is it to slip some salt into the coffee instead of sugar?
Look, listen. Cuckoo is a peacemaker, okay?
Yeah.
If Cuckoo and all of his infinite wisdom of picking Venomancer offlane for all those years suddenly learns the value of peace, Mike, surely you and your backwater Australian upbringing would know the value of peace as well, my friend from down under.
No. SCA must win. Entity, they'll go for the Darkseer. Oh, a Broodmother pickup. Look at that, Jonathan. I can't remember whose tier list I was looking at just earlier. It was some pro player. And it was Collapse. And I'm not sure if he was memeing. But I believe he said Broodmother is S tier right now. Again, I don't know if he was memeing or not, because I haven't seen much of it, but apparently he believes Brood is pretty broke.
I can see why. I think it still does. It's still as disruptive. It's still really strong in lane. We haven't seen much of it at all in the past year, it feels like, but it does feel like there's a lot of untapped value there. I'm curious to see what Blacklist will do. It does feel like this is going to be our Gabby hero straight up. I'm surprised that this is prioritized over, say, the Beastmaster, which just got banned. So I feel like you could have gotten away maybe with a Beast pickup, but there's still a lot of value in the Brood. I think there were some discussions as well about the Brood mother from the other pros. They say there is a lot of untapped value, and again, this might be something Gabby has been pocketing as well. The Darkseer pickup for Entity is much more straightforward. We have seen a lot of the Coney Head Man. It still provides a lot. The aura buildups tend to come on in a timely manner, and you've got the Darkseer into the Brood mother. In a way, can kind of manage the Spiderling, so it's not as annoying down the line, especially just vacuuming them up. So you have some solutions here from MTT. I'm curious to see what they'll combine now with their Darkseer lane. Don't have the option for Spirit Breaker. You might be able to get away with a Tusk if that's the direction they want to go here on Entity. Still is a pretty potent combo if you do get that out.
Absolutely is. What's Arbed holding now? This is like a electronic
Hand warmers?
warmer?
Yeah.
My goodness. You know, I noticed about Arbed the other day, and I said this to you already. This man literally has a lint roller for his mouse pad. So before every game, I can't make this up, he'll literally take a lint roller out of his backpack, which is beneath his seat, I believe, right now, and he'll take a lint roller out and clean his mouse pad of any dust or particles that may be on it, which I don't think I've seen any other player ever do.
Yeah, he's very... I mean, some players have their quirks, you know? Some people have a very specific position they want their keyboard to be in. Some people want their monitors really up close. I believe that's the way Tim's rolls. He wants it right up into his face. Some players, for some reason, use their mouse with a tissue, which we were seeing from Gabby on day one, if I recall right. And I don't know, it's just a very specific thing for each player. Yeah, everyone has their quirks, Mike. A bit of a less quirky pick for Entity, straight into the Warlock, combines nicely with the Darkseer, Vac Wall, Chaotic Offering, plus the Fatal Bonds. A lot of output here on the side of Entity. I'm wondering if they'll go the same route as Zhao did, if they will go for the Black Grimoire. Again, a faster 6, you can't fault Warlocks for taking it. It's just really boring, but you do understand the value, and just, as a Warlock, getting that EXP is massive, so... Well, we'll see if that's the way Entity will roll with it. Still curious what the pause 4 will be. It does feel like when you have the Warlock, you need something very active on the 4. Warlock just doesn't play make at all outside of the ult.
I think the boys are laughing at Natsumi because he looks nervous every time he's on camera. He just waved at us, by the way, Jonathan. Natsumi looking nervous for day 3 as always. Entity, they are going to go for an Alchemist pickup here. So yeah, we've been seeing a little bit of Alchemist popping up here and there, John. I don't personally think we've seen the greatest performances from the Alchemists you and I have casted, but Entity, they will go ahead and take it for themselves, and hopefully we're in for a pretty good performance from their end of things, as Blacklist International will respond with an Ember pick into the Tiny. So it seems as though all we're lacking now is the position 1 pick of Natsumi.
That's open enough. They can maybe flex a Tiny 1 for the side of Blacklist, and maybe last pick a aggressive 4 for Tim's. But a support Tiny plus the Brood Mother doesn't sound too bad in lane. It is a little bit greedy. You will be pulling back and trying to soak up some EXP. You shouldn't be contested too hard by an Alchemist overall, unless it's like level 3. Could be a little bit more aggressive here for the side of Entity, but it's going to be an Alchemist Warlock lane, which is not particularly threatening. They do go with a Slardar pickup on Entity's side, so that should be our no one mid up against the Ember. I think that matchup is pretty doable for Slardar. We have seen this a couple of times before. He can regen through the harassment of the Ember Spirit. He doesn't care too much about the shield. Can just dish his damage out as well. And again, in the mid lane, you always have river access. You're always able to keep up in terms of regen. I do like this coming out. Again, it still ties nicely with Vac Wall. In fact, all of your stuns are AoE. Unstable Concoction, Slytherin Crush, Chaotic Offering. It's all building off this foundation of this Darkseer first pick very nicely on the side of Entity.
It's that one thing, right? Like, even if you fall behind, if you get that back into the big stun with the Fatal Bonds, like, you just annihilate a whole squad. But that is obviously easier said than done. But you do have that opportunity. In the event that you end up falling behind or whatever else, you've always got that big kind of comeback potential here with the Darkseer pick. We'll see the Wind Ranger ban out here from Entity. So you kind of already went over this, but Wind Ranger has been picked up by Blacklist earlier. So they kind of just respect ban it out. There goes your CK. There is also the option to just run the Tiny Pos one, which we have seen a bit of as of late as well. Though I think position 4 Tiny is slightly more popular at the moment, just based off the crash landing facet you take. Which is a lot of damage, by the way. It is kind of ridiculous how much damage it does.
That it is. I feel like, at least from the games we've watched, it maybe was a little bit more popular in 1 in Southeast Asia. But again, for Blacklist, with Tims being the kind of player he is, I would prefer it for Tims on Tiny and Natsumi on something he's maybe comfier. Not to say he's uncomfy in that. I mean, he's a 14k player for a reason. So I'm sure he would know how to farm up on the Tiny, depending on the matchup. Again, you're into the Darkseer, you might want maybe a little bit more presence to bully out the Darkseer in first levels. Do ban out the Meepo pocket pick here as well for Blacklist, so Entity won't have access to anything too cheeky for Watson. Does leave a couple of big options. I mean, right now for Entity, something like Sven looks pretty spicy for Entity. I mean, they already have the Alchemist, so you are probably just running the Alch 1, but if they could have snuck in the Sven, I feel like that would have been a stronger way. Maybe offlane pickup for DM. Underlord if you want some control. Again, more AoE clear. No, you have the Darkseer. What am I even talking about, Mike?
I don't know, John. I turn my hearing off every time you start talking, you know that. I have no idea what you just said, I'll be frank with you. Entity, 25 seconds of reserve time left before we can continue with these drafts. Again, it does appear that Blacklist are lacking a position 1 right now, though still flexible with the Tiny, and even the Brute perhaps is still flexible. We don't know yet where that's going. Entity... Yes, John?
Are you expecting something cheeky? I mean, they banned out Course and Blacklist. It's going to be the Troll out for Entity, so what are we getting? A support Alchemist coming in? With the Unstable Concoction facet, it doesn't sound that bad. You've got some minus armor synergy, although I don't think you're laning with the Slaughter, so you're not utilizing the Acid Spray in that way. But this does make sense. You end up with an Alchemist Darkseer lane?
What?
That one I'm not sold on as much.
That's a damn cool jacket from No One. What was up with that flannel? There's a different coloured flannel going on there from No One. I know you didn't catch it there, John, but it's very nice. I don't know what the answer is, John. I'm not sure what to do with this Alchemist. You're going to get tilted if they take that plus 250 gold, aren't you?
On support? You know, maybe it's not too bad. You walk into lane with additional regen, faster boots, I guess. It feels like as a support, you might want, again, just more uptime on Unstable Concoction for these team fights. Could be one way to go. But, I don't know. I don't know how Entity plan to utilize this. It's been a while since we've seen something like support Alch. There's a very, very, very small chance it's maybe a support Slardar instead. Then you run something like an Alch mid for No One, but that feels a little bit too greedy. Although, again, no, it's way too greedy with the Darkseer plus the Troll. Everyone's going to be farming up for a little bit too long. Blacklist, and they're taking their time here, extremely so. Maybe trying to figure out what matchups they're going to be dealing with in the end. And what kind of hero they'd want for Natsumi. Does have, I believe, his Morphling options left in the pool if you did want to go. I do see what you're talking about now with No One's Jacket.
It's cool, right?
Some good patterning there. Yeah, pretty cool.
Like 20 seconds. It's the kind of game, like, you can't fit it, but if you could fit an OD here for Blacklist, you'd be so happy right now. But they can't do it, sadly. I don't believe. Instead, they are going to go for the Timber Saw. Should be the offlane Timber we are looking at. And it is indeed. Natsumi's taking the position 1 Broodmother, which is... I can't say I was quite expecting that to be the case, but you know what, John? Not to be a little bit critical, but considering Gabby's literally been carrying the game from the offlane every single time we've casted, maybe the idea is to just control the map with your position 1 Broodmother of Natsumi. Like, don't worry about carrying the game, Natsumi, just be as annoying as humanly possible.
That it is. I think it's going to be fairly disruptive overall. You are ending up with Kataumi on that Alchemist, so we are getting an Alch 5, I suppose, coming out here, which, again, is rather interesting. It does have synergy with Troll, I suppose. That is a lane that can go nicely. And it's the... he had Mixologist. He's on to Seed Money instead. I figured we'd see something spicy for an aggressive Alec, but again, as a support, the 250 gold can go further because you're not going to be farming. Faster boots, more sustained to play with in the lane can kind of take away the bite of bad trades at level 1. I am keen on seeing how Blacklist intends to play this. Like, as you mentioned, Gabby has been the big tempo setter on the side of Blacklist for their past few games here in the first 2 days of the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. And the Timbersaw is a hero that can get that dumped for them. I just feel like you kind of sack Natsumi's lane. Just a tad bit. Like, the necrotic webs can make it annoying with a regen reduction in. But if you're playing a melee hero into a Dark Seer lane of DM, it's not going to feel good for the Brood. Especially as level 3 approaches for the Dark Seer. You've got some play there with maybe the Alec or the Warlock, I suppose. You can get some chase down going. You have some good sustain. It's going to be interesting. This is very different from Blacklist once more. They do look fairly confident. And again, Gabby is on something that can absolutely crush his lane matchup in Troll. They're going to have to try to get that launching point. For Blacklist throughout this tournament, it has felt like, again, it's really been that off lane that has been enabling this mid-game tempo. And having, on top of that, a really good laning start for Abed as well, which in his matchup against the Slaughdar, it doesn't feel like the most straightforward this time around.
Oh, we have the good luck, have fun's coming out. Of course, Game 1 is now officially underway. Good sportsmanship from both these teams. In fairness, though, Jonathan, of course, both these sides have nothing to play for, apart from pride. So, you know, maybe that's why they're just being so good to each other. It's just, we're both winners here. Nobody's losing this series. 2 fake 14k is the call from Gabby. So it reminds me of, who was it? I think it was ATF maybe that said this. But he said if Watson was playing Pro Dota for MMR, he'd be the best carry in the world. Which, you know, this guy, when it comes to MMR, he's just vacuuming all of it up.
Yeah, for sure. It's they have a lot of chatter. Jesus Christ. These guys are going on. Now have a nice and enjoyable game. Ember. Why is it suddenly Abed are targeting? What's happening?
You've got to target Abed, John. You know how it is. I like that. You know, bit of bait with the first sentence, then the direct message to Abed, and of course Abed will not respond. Be very stoic as always. Anthony, they are going to fight over these banner runes down on the bottom side. Tim's going to try and intervene, but can't do much about it. So it is going to be a 4-for-0 trade on the bounty runes, as Abed says, "Good luck, have fun." You know, Abed, usually you take the 4 bounty runes before you say that, but I suppose why not? Handicap.
Yeah, we've been seeing Blacklist get the unfavorable bounty rune trade all throughout. Yesterday, at least in the series we've casted, they went away with like 1 to 3. And giving all 4, maybe a little bit rougher. We'll see how it plays into. I do like what they've done here. Natsumi does drop 1 web in mid, and that's some utility for that matchup for Abed. Again, with the necrotic webs, that's a little bit of the regen advantage that no one would have with his innate Seaborn Sentinel taken away.
That's actually genius. That is actually, he loses 15% regen just because there's a web there. But how great is this hero, John? That's a bit silly.
Yeah, it's one way to kind of utilize this.
Wait, does it work with all regen? Like his bottle and Tango's as well? If he's in the web, it just doesn't give him, like, it's minus 15%? It must be, right?
It should be. Not that you'd bottle up right next to the web anyhow. Gabby almost dropping low the top lane. He did?
He does. He did. He literally bottled in the web. I don't know if no one realizes what's going on here. It's like, well, hold on a minute. Why isn't my bottle giving me as much mana regen or HP regen? Oh boy. Anyway, top lane. How's that going? Gabby almost dying, but he's going to be fine. Watson's having a pretty free time, as you'd expect. The Warlock troll lane is actually pretty challenging to go up against, I'd argue. Watson looking like he's going to have a pretty free time.
And he shouldn't be too contested until maybe higher levels up. DM, though?
DM does go down. First blood being drawn here from Zhao. Because there is going to be a pretty decent creep wave coming the way of this offlane of entities. So they do at least have that for their Darkseer once he does respawn. But already a very nice start. As Blacklist, Gabby, top lane, almost going down. Will barely survive thanks to the toss-up of Tim's onto the troll. But Gabby is not having an easier time as this goes on. It is getting worse and worse. As Watson, have a look to see if he can find this Timber. He'll go after Tims instead. Tims dropping quite low himself. He'll run north. He has a toss. Watson getting low now to boot, but he still had a creep wave. In fact, Fishman, he'll take the aggro of the tier 1 tower just to ensure the troll was not in any danger. But Entity, they are certainly trying to establish their dominance up at this top lane.
Oh.
Yeah, they've lost Natsumi. Being just killed off here by DM.
Yeah, you have to respect the level spikes. You have to respect fighting under acid spray for a long time. The armor reduction can be quite annoying, of course, for the Broodmother. Again, even just level 1 Iron Shell right now from DM in a prolonged fight can kind of knock you off. Good bounce back from Entity with how well their top lane is going and with how well mid lane's going as well for no one here. Despite that early loss on DM, I don't think you mind too much. You're still going to be able to soak up that lane. You're getting a strong start for no one. You're slowing down Abed by a good amount. The web has disappeared on mid as well, so no one's getting the full effect of this regen once more. And it's just really hard for Abed to kind of look for a direct win here. There's no space for the side lanes to rotate onto mid as well, considering how rough the side lanes are, especially up top. So that mid lane's just going to stay a lot more static than you'd want it to be.
Tim's got a lot of value out of that tree toss. Double Curry is getting caught by that, so happy days here for Tims. Watson again trying to get so aggressive onto Gabby. Gabby already forced to go for that level 2 reactive armor just to be able to sustain himself in this laning phase, but Watson is not giving them an inch up at this top lane. He is just constant. At the moment, not much he can really do about this laning stage at all for Gabby. Luckily for Blacklist International, they do have a creep wave right by their tier 1 tower, so they are going to get some form of farm, but a nice large camp pull now from Fishman. Going to make it even harder as half the creep wave just gets lost to the large camp.
Again, you just don't have as much play here for Blacklist. Strong start for Watson, going to lead to some fast timings. Phase boots should be relatively done. Not quite when the courier is back up, but should have some parts coming in. And again, you have the slight net worth advantage. Your mid is going well. Your bot lane is probably the slowest lane here, but even that's going a little bit better for DM despite the death. A ton of denies coming out here from Natsumi. But the Darkseer is still going to just soak up. You're getting some room to stack up for Kataomi as well, as Darkseer solo can still sustain through. So you've got some economy slowly building up. There's a little bit of a rotation out from Tims. He does have level 3 up. No avalanche, just a toss. So kill opportunity doesn't really present itself. And you've got some good defensive wards from Entity to watch that rotation from the 4. So it's still not going to pan out for too much here on the side of Blacklist. Down bot.
Trying to get active. Natsumi, he will be able to secure DM's life as Kataomi now with the unstable concoction, trying to go right towards Zhao. Does land it, but doesn't really have follow-up as mid lane. No one ends up killing off Abed. Tims was actually in the mid lane along with Abed, but no one's the one that comes out with the kill.
It's a little bit surprising Blacklist are still forcing this movement out from Tims. I understand the idea, but bursting down Slaughter at this point is just a little bit tough. Now Gabby's isolated. Still has a chain away. Doesn't get rooted up, so does manage to bail out. But giving this kind of opening for no one gives him rune control into the 6-minute mark as well. Finds himself a nice arcane. Has an opportunity to rotate down bot. You're not the healthiest right now on Natsumi. Can't really trade back either. Has Corrosive Haze at the ready. There's a lot of output right now in this Slaughter, and he doesn't need to care too much when he jumps in.
Oh, he wants Natsumi too. No one. Just going to wait for the Radiant Creep Wave to just walk past. I do not believe no one was spotted yet. But he'll go for a D-Ward. Takes out the sentry, so it's pretty obvious he's around now. Zhao does get caught by an unstable concoction. DM's going to make his movement in onto the CM. And that'll be Zhao to go down. Not much he can do about it. Kataomi, of all people, to claim the kill and the support
Natsumi.
out. Meanwhile, Natsumi, oh, the upheaval. It's going to catch him. Natsumi in huge trouble now with the Corrosive Haze giving all the vision no one needs. Hands up, and Natsumi gets one hit. Ouch.
It's not the tankiest. Corrosive Haze up, you don't have much armor on that Broodmother just yet. Just melts. They've got the room to shove in bot. Zhao is TPing back in, but there are still 3 heroes here from Entity.
Zhao try and go onto DM. Kataomi going to be around to help out, but here comes Tims with the toss-up onto the Arc, but it does really no damage because the raindrops do block off most of it. They continue though, and Kataomi does finally drop a Zhao. He will fall to boot as now no one. Also going to show up on the Slaughter. Will take down Tims. Another one hit with a bash of the deep. My god. And no one just seemingly always has this ready.
Yeah, I like this from no one. Going max bash. Just so much output when he does land it to try kind of charge it up for these rotations. Already clearing out 2 nice kills for himself. There has been some room for Abed to play mid. He's been pulling back creep wave, taking the camps. He is keeping up to an extent on the Ember, but these kills are certainly pushing no one far away ahead. And all of the rotations down bot is just giving Watson a very free lane up top. 2K lead already for Entity. Blacklist lagging a little bit behind. Are going to need to buy quite a fair bit of space out. You know, without the tower for Natsumi, he's not going to be able to pressure this lane out as much into the tier 1. You normally, again, as you were talking about in draft, the Broodmother does want to buy space out. You're not quite at that point yet. Maybe with a Spiderlings up you can, but again, there's enough AoE clear here on Entity that it does feel like they can intercept on those spiders quite nicely. There is a little bit of room once more for Abed to just try to farm. I'm wondering if this is still going to be his typical Mage Slayer kind of game, or if he just goes something like the Maelstrom here. Doesn't feel like Mage Slayer is too much value. Gabby surrounded.
Certainly is. Gabby gonna get stunned up. No chain to come out. He will drop as Watson. Able to take his first kill of the game, believe it or not, on the Troll Warlord. I could have sworn he had another, but it's just all the harassment he's been dealing throughout this laning phase has made it seem like he's had more than one kill. Now the smoke out. Kataomi and Fishman looking like they were going to run mid, but instead they're hanging around top by Watson. I think they're hoping Gabby rotates back towards the top lane, but instead now looking towards Abed, who is taking some stacks away in their own jungle. They'd love themselves an Ember. Kataomi getting tossed up by Tims. Meanwhile, Watson going to show up going on to Abed, but Abed will remnant away, and Tims will be the one left behind. That'll be the second pickup for Watson.
Yeah. It's already just piling on for Entity. Again, every single kill you're getting is also giving charges out to Fishman. But all of these assists has 6 charges in the Black Grimoire. That's a huge EXP boost when he does decide to pop this. Maybe best time would be 11 to 12. With how far ahead you are, you don't need to pop it now for your 6. The side of Blacklist just have to mitigate these losses. They are sacrificing their supports to get that done. You haven't lost your course outside of Natsumi and Gabby any recent time. Again, Abed's been the priority and getting some safety out for himself. They've got nice, deep, aggressive wards on Blacklist up top to enable that sneaking around. You just have to respect Entity, especially as they start to approach these initial blinks. No one 200 gold off from that. The aggression will just ramp up for the side of Entity with no real rest. What Blacklist have to do is just try to utilize the space, you know. Keep shoving out with Gabby, keep shoving out with Natsumi, with the Spiderlings up. Try to hang on to your mid tower, more importantly. Hasn't had a push opportunity out for Entity. That is one aspect, which can be slower if you don't have Watson joining in. A little bit of a sneaky move with a stolen Invis rune from Kataomi, but Gabby could be a prime target again.
He could be. Gabby's had a pretty rough time already here at the top lane. He'll get spotted out by Kataomi, but that'll be about it. Gabby does retreat. He'll be just fine. I think as long as Watson and no one are farming, Entity are going to be more than happy to just play this kind of slower paced style of game. And I mean, for Gabby, I suppose at least you have a Cobalt, John. You know, that 20 GPM. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, nice little active camera there as well, just spinning around a Cobalt.
Of course.
It's not the most, I don't know why. It's not the most handsome critter, but I guess you have a little pet, you know.
Yeah, you know, John. Even the ugly ones need a bit of love sometimes. No need to point out that it's an ugly thing. You know?
Yeah, well, game state not the prettiest either for Blacklist. Again, Entity, a very good game state, of course. Maelstrom flying out now for Watson. Again, that blink for no one is already up. You've got already some of the auras coming in for DM. Full mech up, not too far off from full Guardian Greaves now either, just lacking the recipe. And they still have the Chaotic Offering to play with. I mean, Entity has the opportunity to just play aggressive here.
Mid lane, Tims has been caught. A nice toss avalanche back On to Kataomi and no one. Here comes Abed trying to help out. A nice juke on the golem with the sleight of fist, but now the stuns are out. Abed, he might be in a bit of danger. Zhao, he'll channel the freezing field. It's not doing quite enough, but Gabby's going to move in. No one's still getting away though. Tims will at least find Fishman, but they are going to lose Zhao and they will lose Tims. In fact, I say they found Fishman, but Fishman found Tims instead. So 2-0, the favor of Entity. And every engagement that happens, it just feels like Blacklist have barely not enough to get the job done.
Yeah, just a little bit too quick on the chakram for Gabby, pulling it back instead of having it maybe catch a little bit more DOT on no one. Might have been able to clean up the job. Really good timing for DM to show up with a mech. Pops it, no one dies. I mean, not no one, but you know what I'm trying to say. No one falls on the side of Entity. I mean, no. You know what I'm trying to say. Why am I going
I know what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well
Blacklist, they need more of that damage to come in. This Orca timing for Natsumi feels like one of the launching points. It just doesn't feel like it's enough. Abed, he can't even fully commit onto Fishman either on the tier 1. Just has enough with a raindrop plus the healing coming in. Level 1 heal just to sustain through. Abed is going for the Maelstrom build up here as well. It just feels like the farming game is much more favorable for Entity. You know, when you look at the draft of Blacklist with a Broodmother, you want to be a little bit more up-tempo. They'll try with a smoke out now.
Oh, they're going to head towards that dire triangle. In fact, never mind that, because Abed is baiting for his side. Tims will move in onto Fishman. Meanwhile, they have found no one. Natsumi rotating on the Broodmother, trying to get down the slide of the no one. Now going to turn back around with the stun. Natsumi, he might need to get out of there. The vac wall is down. DM will drag him right back, and Watson's onto a double. Oh, they just every single time, John. Like they just don't have enough. I mean, Fishman goes down, but who cares about that? He's more than happy to die for his team. Tims also caught out. Tims will probably drop. Hands up here from Kataomi as he's just having the greatest time of his life on the Elk. And Entity, they'll just happily start chipping away at the tier 1 mid tower. More TPs incoming. They'll try to defend the best they possibly can, but Kataomi now going to move in onto Zhao, who just TP'd back into the mid lane, but he TP'd right into the tree line underneath the vision of Kataomi, who hand the tip over to the Mullet God. In Entity, they will happily retreat knowing they just got away with the tier 1 tower plus quite a few bodies from Blacklist International.
That they do. They've got, again, this running start lined up for them on the side of Entity. No one started to rush into the Yags, still 3 parts away, but the process is being built up. You're getting some early activity out from Watson. Again, for Blacklist, it doesn't feel like their heroes are really ready, outside of maybe Gabby and Abed. I appreciate what Natsumi is trying to do here, but it's Gabed. Yeah,
Gabed.
The portmanteau of both of them. Yes. That's a perfect way to put it. But only Gabed can play. You know, Natsumi's trying with the Orchid. There's just not enough sustain up front. You have to just respect all of this minus armor. Acid Spray, Corrosive Haze together, such strong synergy to just melt through. Now Roshan's open as well for the side of Entity. Doesn't take too long with that Corrosive Haze plus a Troll. I'm trying to think of what Blacklist can do, what timing brings them back. This blink timing for Tims is pretty big. You've got the Eternal Shroud for Gabby, which is nice. I am concerned about all the physical output overall from Entity. That does feel like the bigger threat. Gleipnir from Abed as well should help out in holding some heroes down. It just feels like you're not getting the value you'd want just yet from this Brood. Mind you, Natsumi is number 2 in net worth. Considering that start, he is finding a lot of space for himself. We just need to see the impact of that space kick in, as Entity is going to be able to claw back a lot of that space soon, although Kataomi...
They tried to Kataomi. He got more gold out of the Spiralings than they got out of him. I'll tell you that. I'm not really sure what the idea was. He had Chemical Rage going anyway, so chances were you weren't going to kill him underneath his own tier 2 tower. So, well, I mean, Natsumi, of course, going to retreat. So will Zhao and Tims. I think Blacklist International are very well aware that the game is... at the moment, it's looking very lost. Like, all your eggs are in the Broodmother basket. It's all up to Natsumi to carry this game. And right now, you know, as much gold as he's finding, I'm not really sure what spike he's going to have on this hero to make the big difference. Like, he's got an Orchid up, but he hasn't been able to do much with it. Like, what's next that's going to change the game for him?
Yeah, it's hard to see. In pause 1, you kind of need this universal type to get the damage going. There is some damage flowing out, but it's just not enough. And the auras being up on DM just makes it so hard. As long as he's around with a full Guardian Greaves, that burst process is very hard to see coming out here. Gabby.
Oh, Gabby at least does find a tier 1 tower, but he'll get stunned up by Kataomi. DM to follow him as well. Gabby, he'll get the Yules off onto the Darkseid with the chain TP away, but the vacuum might make it in time, but no, not quite. Not quite. Gabby with a very nice escape on the Timber. Can't say the same for Zhao though. Zhao getting caught out by no one, just annihilated by the slaughter damage. The game, it continues to be heavily favored the way of Entity. Now 4-15 with a 4k advantage, the way of the Dire. And I don't see this slowing down anytime soon. Like, even the scaling potential of Entity it just feels so much better. Like, look at Kataomi, he's just farming up Ags now.
Yeah.
Even the pos 5 Alk is just, you know, it just does a great job.
Yeah, free Ags for perhaps Fishman or even, say, DM here would be pretty nice. And especially for DM, just having that normal punch can do a lot of work in the middle of these engagements. He doesn't have to focus on it. He can go for the full auras as he is, going for the pipe next. For the side of Blacklist, there's just no room. Natsumi's soaking all of it up. He's going for the Blood Torn. No one?
Does find a double stun. He wants Zhao first. Zhao, okay for now, as no one is going to be the one to fall. No one with the tips a little bit early, but he does still find the CM as now the golem drops are out. But where does it all end up? Natsumi's down, so is Tim's. Gabby will try to chain away. He's barely made it for now, but Kataomi's tipping him as he's running and even telling him to run. Run!
For Yoe! For Yoe! 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 Why? How did they get dragged into this? For Yoe!
Shout out to Yoe. It's for Yoe.
What?
This is for Yoe, Jonathan. Entity are doing it.
Ah, you know what? You know what? These guys know they're watching. Armel and Co are out there. Shout out to Yoe. Para sa'yo daw yan! Oh my goodness. Alright, these guys are feeling it. These guys are definitely feeling it. Entity. Oh my god. What is this?
Suddenly gaining a few Filipino fans, I'm sure, here, Jonathan. The boys from Entity. I think the marketing team may have had a chat with them. You know, just maybe shout out Yoe. See what happens.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe it. It's the Filipinos are leaking everywhere, Mike. No one in spending time in Southeast Asia has done this. Goodness gracious me. Oh my, 4-19 Blacklist. Kind of looking shaky. They try some different stuff in this draft. They go for the Natsumi Brood and the last pick, a Gabby Timbersaw. Nothing's panning out. Again, the power that Entity has now, it's just overwhelming. The full Ags up on no one, having that confidence to jump across, try to isolate the supports, then getting the follow through from Fishman with a drop. And the coordination from Entity is through the roof right now. And Blacklist, I mean, they are trying to move as a unit. It's just the tools aren't there. Full Blood Torn for Natsumi might change things, but...
No one's got an amp damage rune here, John. BKB up on Watson as well. They are looking very strong, Tims. We'll get jumped by no one. The vac is out. They've got the tiny lock down, and it looks like Tims will drop us now. The freezing field to come in, but Watson could not give a crap. He'll take down Zhao so darn quick. At least no one does die. Gabby will find one, but it's going to cost his own life. A triple kill for Watson. Blacklist International must be looking like MMR right now to Watson. He's making it look very easy, Jonathan.
And that he is. Blacklist, there's just no play here. And again, I don't know. I don't fault Natsumi. At the same time, the impact of the Broodmother hasn't been felt. Gabby had a much slower lane than what we're normally used to seeing from Blacklist. We talk about this all the time with him.
This is my thing. I don't understand the point of this Brood pick at this point. Like, I tried not to question it earlier, but you chose Pos 1 Brood into Darkseid. Look at the damage I put from those imps. Like, you chose this into Warlock Darkseid. You know how hard they're going to make it for you with the Fatal Bonds and the Iron Shells and the Spiderlings. And the imps on top. They can just blow you up if you get too many just thrown at you with the Spiderlings. Like, what's the idea with this Brood Pos 1 for Blacklist International? Like, he's got a Bloodthorn. And then it's like, so what?
Oh. Yeah, we saw the stats there as well. A lot of farm being found up by DM from the Iron Shell. It was so sad. We were over Natsumi for a while. There was an Iron Shell. He was trying to micro the Iron Shell spiraling away. He couldn't find it. And it's just a nightmare to try to do it.
Oh, they killed Zhao. Zhao had to run to the Ancients to die to the Ancients instead of the Tormentor. Like, I mean, it's not much better for you, Zhao, I'll be frank. You may as well just die to the Tormentor, but I suppose he does spare himself a little bit of embarrassment. Oh. They've lost their minds. They've lost their minds.
Cooking. They're cooking something. It's burnt, but, you know, they're in the kitchen, Mike. That's what it is.
It's charcoal at this point, Jonathan. You may as well just start the barbecue up, hope for the best, you know? Maybe order a few sausages. I don't know.
Poor Yo, I can't get over it.
Entity are doing it for Yoe. And you know what, John? If we get an interview with Entity, we'll have a chat. We'll ask them what the relationship with Yoe is. Who's mates with Yoe?
Oh goodness me. Oh.
Gabby. Looks out. Cancel the chains off of Gabby. Trying to make a run for it. He's actually doing a lot of damage here on this Timber Saw, but sadly no one is doing a lot more damage. And that'll be DM to take the kill. On the Dark Series now, Watson being kind of charged by Natsumi, but can they kill him? Like, you have Bloodthorn, but he has BKB. They're rushing for the troll, but Watson's perfectly fine. They can't kill him with the BKB up. In fact, Watson's going to turn. Look at this, John. Look at Watson. Look at the damage output from Watson. Natsumi, run, sir. It's not safe. Oh, I don't know about that. Natsumi, my friend.
Oh, yeah, nah. That's it's rough. We also didn't catch it, but we already have the one synthesized Ags out from Kataomi. I believe he just sent it over to no one. So he gets the full refund, gets the full BKB, going for his own Orchid up now. And 5 to 24 Blacklist.
Tims. Toss back onto the Arc. They at least have themselves Kataomi, maybe. But he's got help. The back is out. They've caught a couple. Zhao's down. Kataomi the one to survive as he gives the MT on top. Oh, Kataomi, he's just feeling it today. You sure this guy's not from SCA, John? This whole chat makes it feel like we're doing Pro Series again.
That it does. It's like a Team Dog match from way back in the day. Well, this is how some of those Team Dog matches would go, except it would be Team Dog running down. Entity just running away with his game one. Blacklist just way too behind. Love the all chat, love the banter. Blacklist gonna try again.
If Blacklist International and Aurora get kicked out early, John, I'm rooting for Entity. This is the SCA team. We're taking this. We're adopting this team. That's it. Here we go. Natsumi, what's the game plan, sir? Oh, they know he's there too. They're just hunting for him and they found him. They found Natsumi. Golem dropped. Gabby's trying to salvage this fight already. They do at least find Fishman, but Gabby's going to lose his own life. Meanwhile, Arbed forced to remnant away and he calls it. He's seen enough. Both his other calls are dead. Nice try.
No, just play next game so we can win. Gabby, what role does Yoa play? He plays mid. Who's your mid right now? Is this round two? Round two, give us the Blacklist camps.
We might be having a boxing match on the other side of that room right now. We don't know. We don't know what the hell's going on. Hello, we're back apparently on camera. Shout out to Entity. Game one going their way. Jonathan, my God, do I love the old chat. I don't even care about the Dota. The old chat is what gets me excited, Jonathan. This team has suddenly become my favorite team of the Riyadh Masters.
That they are, and they're bantering well. They know the history of Blacklist. They're poking holes in the friendship, and it's amazing. You know, they play an amazing game as well. Props to Entity. Their drafting is very clean. Darkseer first pick, but Blacklist did not make this game any easier for themselves with what they chose to draft. Like the Broodmother coming in, then last picking the Gabby here instead of just running Broodmother into Troll, which might be a little bit more manageable of a lane. You end up with a Darkseer versus a Broodmother lane, which just didn't feel too sustainable for Natsumi. He was getting some decent item timings, and I like the ideas from Blacklist, right? Like, They get this orchid timing, Natsumi instantly rotates. But rotate to what? Like, there was no damage output. The sustain was there. DM, with the early mech, already getting some saves out in the early engagements. And then it just felt like Blacklist was kind of swimming in. This is one of the, very reminiscent to maybe some of their qualifier runs where if a game goes rough, it feels like bouncing back from a losing position. It's a lot harder for Blacklist because we are used to seeing them win out laning phase. The first 15 minutes usually stable, at worst even, and they kind of play tempo off temps. Just never came out in this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, my God, you're seeing some of the old chat here. For Yowie was the call out. I mean, Gabby's a brave man for saying at the end of that game that Yowie should sub in so they can actually win. In case you aren't an SCA Dota fan and you weren't aware, Yowie plays position 2. Arbed also plays position 2. And Gabby and Arbed have had a bit of a kerfuffle earlier on in the year, Jonathan, just maybe a month ago. Bit of a boxing match. I think Arbed won that one. And there you go. There's the old joke. No one has a laugh about it. He's like, you know what? Maybe you're right, because I stopped that damn mid lane. I mean, no one did just stop them, as they are just pointing and laughing at the monitors.
Oh my God! I thought we were done with this in Southeast Asia after covering TNC. It's following us here for whatever reason, and it's amazing. It is amazing. I'm sure. Our viewers, I'm sure all of you guys are enjoying it. I'm sure the guys elsewhere watching are enjoying it as well. I'm pretty sure Yoa's out there watching. So, Yoa's happy. He's getting free airtime. What's he even doing? Nothing. And he gets free airtime. How did he plan this?
Probably still crying about Tinker, knowing Yoa, poor guy. You almost made it, Yoa. Poor guy doesn't even qualify to TI and they still nerf Tinker. Just like, get the hell out of here. Anyway, that's game 1 in the books. Of course, we are going to throw to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Blacklist International and Entity. We'll see you soon.
I'm in another world, out of body, no one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta. Let's push it to the limit. I'm in it. No games, you know I live it. Counting down the seconds, make it count every minute. Stand together, stand tall. Stumble, but we won't fall. Smash through the wall, smash through the wall, smash. Smash through the wall, smash through the wall, smash. Smash through the wall, smash through the wall, smash. Smash through the wall. I'm a champion. Champion. Push through it, just through it. The heart of a winner. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion.
Hey, this is Purge here with Watson for Team Entity. So you guys qualified for TI recently as well, so you guys have been hitting the big tournaments. Seems like you struggled a lot in the last year, but in the last couple months you've been doing really good. So what changed?
Our coach?
He joined end of May. It's July now, so he made a big difference.
Yes. Like we start to play a lot of better, and like new things we learn. We play better. Yes.
I'm here with the coach of Blacklist Rivalry, Dubu. one of my fellow NA originators. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Yeah, so I took a look at your guys' qualifier run to get here in the first place, and you guys dropped down in the first round and had to win 4 straight series to get here. What was that like as a coach, the stress levels of the team? Cutthroat.
It's important to look at yourself in that position rather than like thinking about what your teammate should have done better. Everyone needs to take 20% and then think about what I can do better for the next game. So you actually know what was the real problem. Is it like on the draft or it's just a play? And then we kind of figure out that it was just play, so it was easy to move on.
Okay, so you mentioned everybody taking their 20%, but that's each player. We're talking about you as a coach now. What is your role in that? Are you more of like the strategist here? Are you more like, hey guys, like let's rally the troops? Are you more giving an inspirational speech? What is your role in a series like that?
I think what I remember was I specifically said what matters for the next game. I didn't really talk about the game 1. I just told them what we need to focus on the game 2 and then what's going to happen in the draft. Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about the huge qualifier run. It's pretty sick, but now you guys are here. What are you thinking as a coach, as a team? What's the vibes like coming into the tournament?
I think we are pretty confident to compete in this Riyadh qualifier. It's just because we are all same page on what we want to do. And then I think their skills are high enough to beat this tournament. Yeah.
Nice, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here. Thanks for joining me for the interview, and we'll send it back to you guys.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود اعطي اختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and, of course, the Riyadh Masters. It is MLP Dota and John Xfire once again. Jonathan, game 1 of Entity versus Blacklist International versus Entity. I think I already said Entity. Goes the way of Entity. So it is currently 1-0 Entity's way. Blacklist International, though, game 2, Jonathan. What do you think they can change up to give themselves a good chance at once again taking on Entity for game 2?
Number 1, bring Yoa in. Number 2, get the boxing ring ready. Because Yoa, it's funny. Gabby used to play with Entity for a while. Yoa did stand in for one tournament, I think Games of the Future, and that's how Yoa interacted with Entity as well. But it's funny because, there was that little incident, the little scuffle, as we can say, and Yoa has been boxing. So, there's some content there. There's some content there for sure. But I think the drafting for sure from Blacklist needs some course correcting. They've been cooking a little bit hard with a Broodmother Pause 1. Of course, it's not just our opinions that you can get in. We do have all of your viewer opinions as well that can come in. You just visit the STC website. There should be a pop-up coming in soon. And again, go in, check the STC website, get your predictions in stcplay.gg. You can try to get your predictions in for the matches running throughout the Riyadh Masters. So put that in. If you want to see a boxing match, I'm sure you'd probably vote Entity that way. If you want to see a match down the line, who knows? That is a very good content piece. In one of these, one of these Philippine conventions, I'm sure Blacklist has this way to get a friendly sparring match out there. Mikey?
Oh, I'm sure they do, Jonathan. Still, we do have game number 2 coming up very, very soon here between Entity and Blacklist International. I'll repeat it again, Jonathan. There's not really much to play for between these two sides. Both of them have already qualified through to the group stages. You could make the argument that both sides are just kind of experimenting at this point. Maybe they're just having a bit of fun. I don't know. Maybe Entity are just that much better than Blacklist International, at least for that game 1. Can we talk about the draft of Blacklist for a moment as well? That Pause 1 Brood. I'm not saying the hero in the position 1 role or any role for that matter is bad, but there was no impact from that position 1 Brood at that game. Natsumi had literally 0 impact. His scoreline was 0-6-4. He had 4 assists, Jonathan. That's about all he did.
Yeah, and again, it wasn't a particularly good Brood game anyhow. Darkseer was there, Troll could clear out. You had a lot of ways of just managing it. Heck, even something like the Warlock pick was already a little bit challenging for the Broodmother. So I didn't really see the value in it, and then going for a different Gabby offlane, it does feel like Entity again has done their research. They're not allowing stuff like the Hoodwink Beastmaster to come out, which has been the most successful for the side of Blacklist, and they've also been banning that Wind Ranger. And it's kind of funny because I was watching a match yesterday of Blacklist up against, I forget now, was it LGD or something, and it felt like we kind of saw Natsumi in the same situation. He was playing safe lane SF. He wasn't the most impactful. It felt like again, the momentum of Blacklist carries through from that offlane and the mid when both of them have a good start for Gabby and Gabed. When Gabed has a good start, everything flows in a smooth line for Blacklist. But if it doesn't, then I don't think, especially with the heroes they're picking for Natsumi, it doesn't feel like they can kind of pull it out there. So I want to see those adjustments there for Blacklist.
Yeah, so do I. And thankfully, Jonathan, I think we'll be seeing those adjustments rather soon because we are going into our Game 2 draft between Entity and, of course, Blacklist International. I can only wonder what kind of switch-ups we are going to see here with their drafts, of course. Entity obviously don't need to switch up too much. John, they looked fantastic. Not really too much in the way of changing things up for themselves, but Blacklist, they've got a lot to do.
That they do. And I want to give a shout out as well. We were rehearsing, a while ago, and I did mention Astini. I forgot to mention it at all when we actually came in. But the addition of Astini into Entity as well felt like it really solidified their drafting ideas. He's playing to their strengths very strongly. We've seen the impact of Astini as coach in Nouns previously as well. And it feels like it has been a great boon for Entity. So just wanted to get that out there. We'll see if that momentum carries through for Entity, if Blacklist can adjust as we head into this game 2. Spirit Breaker already being banned out by Blacklist. Entity banning out the Weaver. You do have first pick lined up here for Blacklist on the Radiant side. Dire side, second pick for Entity. We'll see if they're allowed the Beastmaster. And it does feel like Entity has a very good idea as to what Blacklist has been enjoying in terms of pickups. See if that Beastmaster is banned out in the next 2 bans here for Entity.
Oh, we'll see. Beastmaster certainly has been a pretty big favorite here for Gabby in that offlane, and Gabby has carried quite a few games just with that hero alone. For now, the Phoenix ban will come out from Entity. They'll still have a think about this final ban. The thing with Beastmaster, and they actually leave as well, they opt to just get rid of the Hoodwink instead. The thing with Beastmaster offlane right now, it is just first pick material. Like that drums of Slom rush is pretty ridiculous, but instead they're actually going to secure a Gyrocopter first pick, which is, I believe it is a Natsumi special. We have casted a lot of Natsumi Gyrocopter, but first pick is, it sounds pretty confident to me.
That it is. I'm curious if Blacklist are trying to hope that Entity don't ban something like the IO out, and again, just try to replicate this Aurora style of draft from Southeast Asia with the Jar IO still coming out. That could be one way to go. Of course, they could flex this for John Uel on pause 5. Support Jar used to be a big thing. It feels like it can still be with the Afterburner facet, of course, although it does still play very strongly from the 1. I'm keen on seeing how far they push it. Gabby just pointing at the camera. They're very camera open right now on Blacklist. Yeah. I guess when you're secured to ride into group stage, a lot of that pressure just disappears and you can be a little bit goofier on camps. No pressure at all here this time around.
We do see the response, the facial expressions rather, when the CM was picked up. Xiao kind of looked happy it was taken by Entity, I'll be frank, John. I don't think Zhang Yuo had a very good time on the Crystal Maiden last game, so I'm sure he's happy he does not have to play it again. I wonder as well for this Gyrocopter, like, what are the odds they just flex it to a support pick? I don't think support Gyro has been that popular as of late, but I mean, I don't know, like, do you really want to just take this, like, first pick? Or is it just a matter of we're going to just run the whole Garbed thing again? We're just going to let Garbed carry the game.
Could be the idea. Again, Entity has to kind of cover their bases here. If they are worried about Gyrocopter being one, the best combination you and I have seen at the very least is with the IO. Feels like something Blacklist can play off of very nicely, so you're going to have to ban out the IO. If you're still worried about the Gabby Beastmaster, there is still room to ban that out as well. But they only have the one ban left for Entity. They'll take care of the Razor plus the Ember here on the side of Blacklist. Take care of some maybe more awkward matchups for the Jar to just lose all his output and open up something a little bit different, I suppose, from mid lane here for Abed. Entity, have to pick your poison. Is it going to be an IO or a Beastmaster ban? It has to be either or. Just cripple the Gyrocopter 1 or take away this power that Gabby has on the off lane with his favorite hero right now.
A final ban from Entity. That Beastmaster that's still there, unless Entity have an intention to just take it themselves. I'll continue to have a think about this one. They'll get rid of the clockwork instead. Entity, of course, have the option to just take the beast themselves if they so wish, but they'll take the Pudge over anything else. Blacklist International now, they have the beast, they have the IO that you brought up earlier. I mean, it might just be an idea of just take the IO now. The IO Gyrocopter's pretty damn good if you do get the combo.
It is. I'm really curious what Entity will want to do with this Pudge. It feels viable enough to run in support. Maybe we just see Watson play it. I don't think offlane's that good for DM. Maybe mid for no one. I think that's the cheekiest position you can throw it out here, but you don't know your matchup. It is fairly open-ended for Entity to kind of make that choice. So I'm rather intrigued with what they'll kind of shape this draft into. Blacklist goes into the Rubik, so you've got a nice hook to steal. We're having a little bit of fun with that yesterday as well. You do have a pretty good time for yourself lined up here already for Tim's. And we shall see what else. I mean, again, there's still the IO. You want to take your support duo now. Gyrocopter is still there. The Rubik IO support duo is not the worst thing in the world. As long as you have somewhere to relocate on top, you should still be fairly happy here for the side of Blacklist. But that, again, that's the assumption of the Jar 1. We'll go with the Elder Titan instead. So they've got a really strong way of just softening up targets. With the Astral Spirit, lots of output and ET on top of that. Good percent base damage as well to deal with Pudge as he grows bigger, if that's a concern. So it kind of covers their bases. We have seen more ET support than we have offlane, so I'm not expecting this flex for Gabby. There is a very mild possibility of that, but I think we are just stuck with like the Jiao ET, which works well with the gyro. Astral Spirit forward, Rocket Barrage chase down. There is a lot of output here for Blacklist to play with early on.
But there is. Entity. They pick up themselves now. Back into the reserve time they'll go. Well, the Pudge is certainly the question mark right now for Entity's end as to where they're laning this hero. Wonder what facet you go for as well. I mean, I suppose the facet just purely depends on whether he wants to play core or not. Seems like every core Pudge does just still go for the fresh meat facet, whereas the supports still go for the player's hook. 35 seconds reserve time left now to make this decision for Entity. Go for the Venge pickup.
They keep that flux open. You can run the Venge 1. You can run it off lane even. You can still do it support. It's very open-ended for Entity in, again, making this decision with their Venge Pudge. You've got some good saves to bail anyone out with the swaps. You are giving the Rubik more good spells to steal. Like Magic Missile with Rubik Shard is going to be pretty painful with the added range. Even the swap with added range, not the hardest thing for Rubik to steal as well. So there's a lot of things that Blacklist can do with these pickups here. Go with a Tiny as well. Entity's keeping it very open. Now you could run Tiny mid, you could run Pudge mid, you could run Tiny 1, Venge off, Venge support. They're making it hard for Blacklist to kind of figure out how to win their lanes without knowing the matchups directly yet.
I bet they are. Certainly it's going to be a little bit confusing as to how you lane these heroes at this stage for Blacklist International. Not knowing exactly what Entity are up to. The Mars will be picked up here for Gabby in the offlane, I assume. So they'll leave the Arbed hero till last. Hard to know what Entity have to pick up last, because again, we don't know where anyone's laning at the moment. Venge in particular has been... I say Venge in particular, but all three of these heroes, apart from CM, have had a lot of flexibility as of late. So it's very, very, very challenging to know how these lanes are going to go. Mind you, the lanes could end up kind of weak, but I don't think so. All these heroes seem pretty good right now.
They do. I think if you are thinking of just tossing all of this to the side lanes, leaving your mid matchup for last, there is maybe a Pudge 1 with a CM. That lane's pretty stable. Then Venge Tiny is also not too bad. I think your lanes actually come out pretty strong going that way with Venge 3, Pudge 1, and last pick a no-one hero last. It does look like Blacklist are considering some really hard flex here. Are banning pause ones that are annoying. Take care of the troll first, showing a lot of respect for Watson. And of course, Entity just taking care of the mids. Nothing too... the most straightforward mids left in the pool. Other less common mids, perhaps. The OD idea that you mentioned last time, it looks like a pretty decent game for it. They ban out Earth Spirit instead. They don't want to deal with Abed Earth Spirit for whatever reason.
That's hilarious. Final ban for Blacklist. I mean, Astini must be trolling here with that final ban, John. Blacklist International. Final ban out for themselves. Still looking apparently for a position 1 ban. Just not believing Watson's found his hero yet. Drag out the time a little bit. They're going to have a think about it. Hate to repeat myself, multiple times now, John, but again, both these sides are already wins. No matter who wins the series, doesn't really matter what the scoreline is. They've both already made it to the group stages. There's no kicking them out of those group stages yet for the Riyadh Masters. So that is kind of why both sides just look very relaxed.
Yeah, maybe it's a chance for them to test things out. They go with Timbersaw pickup once again, maybe for Abed this time. Again, maybe depending on the matchup, you could still run Mars mid, although that doesn't sound as ideal. But the Timbersaw makes sense here. You rip through the Tiny, you rip through the Pudge, and there's enough hard lockdown that you really don't mind the Timbersaw trying to weave in and out. But you have some opportunities to melt some heroes up front here for Blacklist. So it is a very understandable pick. I'm wondering which way Entity goes now with this flex. Are we lacking a mid? Are we lacking a pause 1? Because it does feel like if it's a Mars or a Timbersaw mid, maybe the Pudge doesn't do so well. The Tiny can manage. They will go with the Ursa. So maybe the Tiny mid coming out. You just run the support Venge. It's going to be a little bit interesting. Yeah, mid Tiny for no one. And it is a Tiny into Timbersaw lane. So it's going to be a little bit annoying. See the smiles on their faces here on the side of Blacklist. I've been super happy. I've never seen the man this happy.
That is the thing, isn't it? Like, we never used to see this guy smile on LAN, and now he just smiles all the time. Maybe it is just a matter. Maybe it is a matter of he needs to come, like he needs to stay in SCA. Maybe that's all it is.
No. The theories have all been that, you know, he's found himself a lovely girlfriend. You and I have met her. Very lovely gal. So I think he's just a very happy person nowadays. You know, and being back home helps. But, you know, the last time we talked to him in, what, Stockholm? Our first LAN? The only time we got to talk to Abed was when he was literally heading to the airport and asked him, do you want to come back to Southeast Asia? He vigorously shook his head, Mike. He did not want to come back at that time. So, you know, I guess his life is just going really well for himself. And the draft, it looks a little bit more solid out here from Blacklist. I think the matchups are a little bit easier. You do have Kataomi on Pudge. You are getting the DM Venge off lane. And this is going to be interesting in terms of what you can get out from your lanes. A CM Ursa can run down quite fast. I don't think you care too much about the Mars. It is rather interesting because you can't swap save on DM when the Bloodsport Arena is down from Gabby, so swaps are going to be hard. There is the counterplay, but I don't know if you're really going to pocket a Obs Ward to drop in Arena to get Vision out. I don't know if that's worthwhile. I'm not sure if you get Vision either from Wave of Terror inside, because technically that's your own Vision, right?
I think you... I would assume you should get Vision from Wave of Terror, but I can't confirm whether it works or not. I want to say it should.
It should. And I think that should lead to still some opportunities for DM. If not, again, the cheeky play is pocket an Obs Ward, drop it in the arena if you really need. I've seen it. It does work for whatever reason. That was hilarious to watch in the open qualifiers. Still, it does feel like this draft is a little bit more even. Maybe this time around, Entity is the one experimenting a little bit with his Pudge pickup. But it doesn't feel like that bad of a Pudge game. I say that it is Pudge into a Rubik, but as long as you play your own game, it shouldn't be a concern. By the way, to answer your question about the facets, Kataomi does go for the Flayer's Hook, which I feel like is overall better, even on support. Just the damage so much higher. And as a support Pudge, you're not getting BKB, so you're not able to really maximize the additional strength from Dismember as much as you would.
Don't make me sound bad, John. I said supports go for Player's Hook, and the cores go for the other one. That's what I said.
Okay.
Don't say it like you're correcting me. How dare you?
I think Flayer's Hook is just way better. I think a lot of players have recognized, even after the nerf. Like, I get when the facets first launched, people were picking Dismember more, but they buffed it up and then nerfed it, and it's still good. Flayer's Hook is just a lot better. We'll see if they can land something with a smoke. Level 1 threat from Entity is massive.
30 seconds to battle.
Certainly is. They are moving in. Smoke should be broken here on DM, and it will be. DM, he'll get a ward down. You've got the hook available from Kataomi, but he's kind of just pump faking for now as he tries for Natsumi, but he's just a bit short. And this is kind of the thing. Of course, you are now going to get a nice free ward here for Zhao. Bit of gold influx for the Elder Titan, and already the old chat has begun again. No one now saying hi to Zhao.
I mean, you know, they were on SMG together when they went to TI last year, right? So,
that's true.
There you go.
That is very... I didn't even remember that.
It's so strange. It's... Right? It's something that we instantly forget. SMG was at TI, and we were casting those qualifiers. It wasn't 3-0 for Blacklist. I don't know why it just completely disappeared. The last year was just a whirlwind, Michael Phoenix.
It was. Anyway, moving on. Mid lane. Abed versus no one. The Timber Saw versus the Tiny matchup, I imagine should favor Abed. What do you think here, John?
I think it's actually not too bad for no one, as long as he doesn't cop too many of the Whirling Deaths. If you can try to just keep pressuring. No, level 1, you don't have the most sustain on Abed. He's doing a great job right now, and no one with a toss back already. And as long as you can avoid the chip damage, you're pretty happy here as a Tiny. You've got a lot of magic damage, you've got a lot of cleave to play far back. Abed doesn't have as many trees to cut, he doesn't get the additional damage from Whirling Death. So it is a little bit more manageable for the Tiny overall, as long as, again, the spacing is played correctly. Up top, we are seeing some aggression start to kick in. We've got Watson on the Ursa with Fishman on the CM, up against Tims and Gabby on the Rubik and Mars. This lane can be a little bit more back and forth. There is a lot of aggression that can come out from Ursa CM. Watson just leveraging his early Fury swipes already.
Yeah, almost getting Gabby down. Watson forced to back off eventually, but already trying to apply that pressure very, very early on. And in game one, we did see this safe lane of Entity. It was extremely dominant with the Troll Warlock. And I don't think it's going to be too different either with the CM Ursa. Still a very strong laning stage for the safe lane of Entity.
That it is. You still have to watch yourself here on the side of Blacklist. They do have a lot of ways of trying to kite around Watson, as long as Gabby holds onto that Spear and God's Rebuke. They've got the lift back as well once the levels are up in Tim's. So it's not too easy for Entity to get that rundown. I think you should still find some room to farm up here on the side of Blacklist. Bot lane, though.
First blood being drawn here from Kataomi. Sadly, we did not see if he landed a hook, but I imagine he probably did here, John. Kataomi going to enjoy himself a bit of bonus gold. Early brown boots to come here on the Pudge. Oh, there you go. He did land a stun. Thank you for that, Mr. Cameraman.
Yeah. This is a little bit... you have to respect that Flare's hook. It's just so much damage from afar. Not much you can really do to stop it once you are isolated away. You know, you have to kind of play your spacing here just right inside of Blacklist. They also have offensive potential again. With the Afterburner, with the Rocket Barrage, plus the Astral Spirit, there is some potential, but Pudge is way too tanky, and Venge stands far back enough that trying to isolate her, it's a bit of a pipe dream. So far, Entity coming out from the lanes looking pretty strong. Maybe just the Watson's lane up top a little bit slower than you'd want it to be.
Gets stunned up with the spear of Gabby, of course. You do have that classic Rubik Mars combination up at this top lane. Watson will be able to salve up. It's like Blacklist International now. More than happy to start getting a little bit more aggressive with the Rubik Mars. And I think you still have to pay a lot of respect to the CM Ursa. They are going to jump in again. Watson, he's going to try for Gabby. Slows R out onto the Mars. No Frostbite available, though, from Fishman, so Gabby can still run. A little bit intriguing that they don't bother trying to go for the level 2 Frostbite for Fishman to really secure a kill, but he does opt for the Arcane Aura instead. Does make it so they can't really confirm their kill.
You can't confirm the kill, but you are still making the lane work quite nicely for the Entity. Again, it's a little bit slower for Watson than you'd like, but he's not getting completely bullied out by Gabby. Not a substantial enough CS lead here for the Morris to really feel threatened on the Ursa. I do understand why he kind of skips it. That you kind of want the mana sustain on your side lanes. It helps your Pudge just constantly have more room for more hooks without expending too much on regen. And there is still slow stacking here from Entity to play with the Earth Shock anyway, plus the Crystal Nova. So those opportunities are still there. I think it's also an understanding of, again, the repositioning plays, the disruptiveness of the side of Blacklist with a lift back in the Spear, God's Rebuke. So they know that a full chase down, even with the Frostbite, can be a little bit annoying. Eventually, the levels will be up for Fishman. Maybe at that point, it does get a little bit easier. And that's where they can start to play. The camps have been left open as well. Fishman's been doing a great job in some openings to just get the pullbacks, keep this lane shoved in a decent spot for Watson.
Hook
He's not
is
always
out.
under threat there.
Natsumi gets caught by the hook of Kataomi. He will barely get away. But DM and Kataomi rather. Pretty easy, of course, to land that hook if you do have the magic missile set up. Natsumi has to play very cautiously, because once that hook lands, like, you've already lost over half your HP. You know, because they do get the max range out, because they have the guaranteed stun into the hook. It is a very painful experience.
It is. Have to watch yourself. Of course, there is the turnaround potential from Natsumi. Rocket Barrage is strong, but ooh.
The creep!
Ooh.
What was that creep doing?
I think it's the timing. Natsumi was aggroing the creep wave back. So he managed to... I don't know if that was intentional, but, you know, I'll give Natsumi that, sure. 5 big brain play from Natsumi.
I bet. Lane will be able to get away from the Tiny. Does take a boundary rune for himself, but no one once again is having a very good mid lane. 29 and 6 on the Tiny. no real contest here between himself and Arbit. I mean, Arbit is finding his own farm, but does feel as though no one is off to another great game here in this best of 2 series. Toss up. They've got the Timber underneath the T1 tower. Arbit going to try to run. Does manage to barely get away for now, as Fishman will try to chase him down, but Arbit does just chain TP away. But it kind of goes to show you what's kind of happening in this mid lane. Like, no one's just constantly just tossing Arbit into the tier 1 tower. He's only got level 1 reactive armor, of course, against this Tiny. And it is meaning that Arbit is constantly having to just chain away and just TP back towards the base. This bottom lane now, Zhao, gonna die to Kataomi on the Pudge. It's another easy setup here with the stun to the hook, and so what are you meant to do against, right? Like, as long as you get hooked, excuse me, as long as you get stunned, it's just a guaranteed crap ton of damage.
And it is. Again.
And Kataomi now being chased down. DM though with the stun, barely going to land on the deny. Kataomi onto the large camp, does get the deny off, barely in time. And Natsumi has to play a little bit carefully here, because you do have DM with a magic missile up in 1 second. If he lands it, he's got the kill. It won't bother, I don't think. DM will back off.
No, but all the lanes are under pressure from the side of Entity. Blacklist just being forced back, even up top. Gabby, again, constantly low on HP. Gabby?
He's just dead. Watson able to finally find the life of Gabby as the tips do start to come out here from Watson. Again, of the Blacklist, they have not had a good offlane so far in this best of 2 series. Just Watson and Fishman have just been too good at just shutting down the offlane of Blacklist. In fact, Watson now rushing towards the Wisdom Rune, and he's going to get it too. To make matters even worse for Blacklist, they can't even get the Wisdom. Tims does at least get the TP cancel on Watson, but it may actually cost him his own life. Gabby trying to save, Spear's not going to land, Watson's still on the run. And it seems as though Watson is probably going to make it, though Gabby will try for a chase but gives up.
It's pretty demoralizing for Blacklist. Entity just juking around, getting everything right on the map, controlling every lane near perfection here. All of the initial timings are going to line up in favor of them. On the side of Blacklist, again, it almost feels similar to Game 1, where they're going to have to sit back, farm, hit some initial timings. At the least, there's going to be some teamfight play available once Gabby hits his 6, so you can try to play off of that arena. Try to find something for yourself. They are getting some meaningful stacks from Zhao as well. Abed, though, under threat.
That he is, Abed. He'll be alright.
Oh.
Mid lane, however, they've got Tims now. Tims just going to drop easily to no one, who gets the avalanche toss. And again, you have the hook set up with the Frostbite of Fishman. And it really is the thing, like, this support Pudge with Player's Hook, as long as you have a setup and you can constantly get the maximum range hook, it's just too much damage. And this is level 1 hook. It's going to get worse.
Oh, yeah. I love that you said Player's Hook as well, Mike. You've got the Filipino accent. You know, the F turns into P in our language. You truly are Miguel Lorenzo Pineda, Mike. It's showing true.
Yeah, well, I'll finish this in a second. Hold on a minute. Gabby's in trouble top lane. You know, the sad thing is, John, I didn't even read that it said Player's Hook. I just assumed. I thought you were saying Player's Hook the whole time, so I just assumed it was called Player's Hook.
No. Don't you worry. We know you're Filipino, Mike. The F's and the P's, you know. Filipino. No difference there. That's how it rolls here. 0-5, Entity crushing the Filipino spirit right now, unfortunately.
Just for... Oh, hook out. Tims is caught. Just so everyone listening is aware, John is Filipino and not American, as Tims is going to drop. Kataomi to pick up another, as Zhao now in trouble. The toss damage,
goodness.
my god! What was... He lost half his HP! No one tosses Kataomi in and half his HP disappeared.
Yeah, and that's some great timing. Kataomi gets 6 off the pickoff, off the waves, and gets Dismember out. 6 stacks of Flesh Heap all ready for a Pudge very early on. And they're still hanging in this area. No big cooldowns to wait for.
Abed's going to be a little bit cautious. I mean, they're moving in. Frostbite's going to land. They've got the avalanche toss. They've got the freezing field from Fishman. They've got the
no.
hook to land from Kataomi. At least Fishman does die. Gabby on the chase does try for a little bit more. He's got the arena up, but it's kind of hard for him to close the gap. So Kataomi and TM are still easily able to get out of there. And they will maintain this 3k net worth advantage on Entity's end of things. All 3 cores at the top of the net worth graph. And they're looking for more. They want Natsumi. He's trying to take some stacks away, but he's not going to get them. All the large creeps are left behind for no one to just steal away as Kataomi's looking for a hook. Tim's... Oh, he's been caught! Beautiful hook from Kataomi. That ward paying so many dividends here for Entity, and I can't believe that ward hasn't been de-warded. Xiao died to that ward. Now Tim's dies to that same ward. Hopefully they found. There you go.
They've got to clear it out. Yeah, get some control back, but they're still going to lose their mid-tier 1. In the end, you already got the value out from Entity 1-9, 3k lead. The aggression, again, relentless. Very similar to how Game 1 went for Blacklist. Just no room to breathe here. Oh, no.
It's so sad to watch. Pos 4 confidently just taking out the position 1 of the enemy team, but that's what we just saw. Kataomi doing some fantastic work as they will just retreat once again. Blacklist International, they drop the arena. They've got Fishman, but Kataomi's got a hook, but he's got no mana for it. He can't drag Fishman out of there. Anyway, you still got the gyro, so who the hell cares? You lose your Pos 5 CM. Entity is still going to be very happy with the way this game's going.
That they are. 4k lead at 12 minutes in, roundabouts. Already off to a running start. All this time has been just free farm coming in for Watson up top. Battle Fury not too far off. You've got the full blink up now and no one. A little bit of a smoke play out from Blacklist. Even dragging Natsumi along for this one. No arena, mind you, but they do get chain lockdown here. It could work out.
They certainly do. Watson gets caught for a moment. He's got the Enrage available. He won't pop it though. Now he does. His team is on its way, so Watson might actually have a chance to survive this one as they'll drop the call down. But the swap out! Watson's still running! Gabby's trying to get him, but he misses the chains! Oh, Watson's out of there! He's made it! Meanwhile, Natsumi's down! Double kill for DM! Watson's still running. In fact, he's looking at Arbet. He might jump back in. Arbet chasing him, but it's all too late. How demoralizing is that? Watson still able to survive against 5 enemy heroes, Jonathan. It doesn't really get much worse than that. It really doesn't.
No, it really doesn't. You lose your Pos 1 Gyrocopter as well. Overall, in terms of net worth, it's still a decent swing for Blacklist considering how far behind they are. But not enough to offset this game. They're hunting for Abed again as well.
Frostbite lands. Hook. Fishman gets out of the way. Abed caught. Does he have a chance? Frostbite's going to land. He does not.
Ooh.
Fishman will secure the kill. Even the neutral's not able to quite get enough damage off onto the Timber to deny him off. And I think Entity are kind of showing us really the strength of this support Pudge. Again, level 1 hook. Like the fact that the max range takes down half your HP throughout the laning stage. As long as you have someone to throw a stun out and guarantee you that max range hook, it's just too much damage.
Way too much. We found a bot tier 1. Tim's.
Mid lane in danger. Tim's probably not going to make it out of this one. Though a nice toss away onto no one, but he is still dead. Fishman able to pick up another kill on the CM. It is currently 3-14 with a 5k advantage 14 minutes in. What I'm trying to say, Jonathan, it's pretty rough for Blacklist.
Oh, it certainly is. There's just no room for them to really scale up. We're still waiting for the initial blink on Gabby.
No one.
And they find again.
No one's got no toss target, but he's got a hook to save his life here. They'll still try to move him with the arena. No one. He pops the shield rune. Spear is going to land, though. No one should be going down, and does. A nice start here for Blacklist, as now the chase is on for Kataomi, but he'll try for a TP play out. Where's the detection?
Ooh,
they don't have it. It's too late. At least you got no one. It's still a very strong kind of kill to have here for Blacklist International.
It is, and it's a lot of gold flowing back their way. 6k lead down to 4k. Natsumi gets some good activity out on the Gyrocopter as well, and that leads into the blink of Gabby being finished up. So now you've got your initiation lined up here on the side of Blacklist. You're getting some room out for Abed to finish up his own units to be protected in the middle of these engagements. Do appreciate what Entity's done with vision control, though. They've got a really good forward board down bot. Oh.
They found Abed again mid lane. No one's just been so good with these toss-back plays onto Abed. Abed chaining away, trying for the TP play out, and he's not gonna make it. No one with the right click will get it done. And I think you brought up the stat earlier that, you know, Abed does generally have a pretty bad time when it comes to the matchup against no one, and well, it doesn't really seem like that's changed too much since back in the day, John.
Nope, it's been a full year. Still looks like the last time when no one snuck his way in here. Oh, no.
Yeah. Not much to say about this one, I think, John. Natsumi is down. They are going to try and fight, but Tims has been caught by an avalanche, and no one is looking for another toss back. Finding Zhao. It's such a whitewash of a game. Like, Entity are just running circles around Blacklist International. A triple kill for Watson now, and they're looking at that tier 2 bottom tower. And we're only 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and they're just playing it fast and hard inside of Entity. No resting here. They know they have the advantage. They know they can keep pulling ahead. No point in just letting Blacklist try to play their own game of farm and catch up. Now, that's maybe something that we haven't seen in Southeast Asia. We've seen teams take an early lead and go back and farming. Not Entity. They'll keep going. They'll keep pushing the advantage. They'll choke you out. They're setting their eyes forward as well. Got the full phylactery up on no one. Even more damage out from that crash landing on the toss now.
Look off the mark. No one. Looking to jump in. Does catch an avalanche.
Oh.
Tims. Oh my god. Tims just absolutely destroyed. It's a phylactery toss from no one, John. It's just too much damage. Now Gabby getting caught. Gabby's down. Hook is out. They found another. That'll be Zhao to boot. 3 down for Blacklist International. Kataomi saying aura, which I think is, he's trying to say Zhao is basically just an aura at this stage, John. I can't disagree with that sentiment from Fishman.
No.
Excuse me, rather Kataomi, was it? Yeah, it was. Tims? Tims is probably just dead. Natsumi's gonna try to help. I don't know about this. They have TPs incoming, but Natsumi's down. Gabby's going to show up now on a Kataomi. Gets the arena, but the spear lands on the Ursa. Kataomi still messing around. Finally goes down. Watson's going to go for the fight, but he will drop. All right, Blacklist, they get something. But it really does feel like Entity are the ones feeding them these kills at this stage. I'll be honest with you, John.
Yep. They're having fun. No one's not even there. He was chasing up Abed by the Roche for a very long time. It's just been a sequence of unfortunate events for Blacklist so far. Entity just, again, not relenting in this aggression. Blacklist with some responses. It's just not quite enough. Like, I like that Natsumi is waiting on the flank, trying to get some action going. It's just that it doesn't connect fast enough from Gabby to save his life. Not fast enough on Zhao with the TP. Need these actions to be a little bit quicker for Blacklist to get some cleaner kills back. But Entity, despite those losses, are still in a very good position in this game overall. I mean, they still haven't taken Roche. They've got the Ursa with Battle Fury. It's a nighttime Roche. It shouldn't take too long for Watson. And Blacklist just has no control in that area. Even with their tier 1, they just can't cross that side. It's going to be a free secondary life now coming out for the Ursa. No problems whatsoever. We're still waiting for Natsumi to get his Ags. Even at the Ags timing, it feels like he needs just BKB Satanic, or at least the Satanic first, just to sustain true as he's surrounded.
Yeah, he certainly is, John. Natsumi will be going down again by the looks of it. Here comes Abed to try and salvage. Gabby's going to find no one on the Tiny. No one about to drop, but the freezing field does come out. Still, Abed does finish the job off. Now Fishman will be left behind on the CM, so Fishman to go down, but here comes Watson and the crew. A nice hook. Tims will get caught by that's a Kataomi, already finding one. Abed dropping very low on the timber, though Zhao is going to stun them up, but DM's got the swap out into the magic missile, holding down even more. Arena dropped by Gabby, but it means really nothing. Zhao will try again with the Earth Splitter, but it's a full team wipe for the side of Entity. When does the torture end? When do Blacklist call?
I mean, it feels like they've got to look soon. There is some high ground potential, to be fair, but considering this deficit, it just feels near impossible. I mean, take a look how much HP Kataomi has. His positioning, his understanding of how these fights and when to re-engage has just been amazing on this Pudge. Like, he's hanging back in the lane when he knows his teammates are coming through the gate. Closer by, goes in back for the hooks. Manages to land him every single time. 18 stacks on the Pudge off the back of that engage, Mike. 2.4k HP just casually, with no HP items whatsoever. Blacklist, it feels like they have to really connect with this teamfight idea. Right? It has to be a good arena, good stomp, good Earth Splitter. No one's really enjoying himself.
Certainly is. And why the hell not like this guy? He literally just has to press the toss button, John. And that's it. Someone's going to die. Xiao now. Speaking of dying, Natsumi, he'll barely escape. Xiao, not so much. Now Entity looking for the Tormentor. They'll be able to take that, no problems, of course. And Kataomi now with the free Dismember shards for himself on the Pudge. It's Kataomi's hunting again himself. He spots out Gabby. Gabby has no idea. Dismember out from Kataomi, and the cavalry is incoming. There's no escaping Watson. Arena down, but Gabby is gone. Tips out from Kataomi as he just spins in circles.
Oh,
what can you do?
Nah, you can't do much here, Mikey. Blacklist. Kind of just getting outclassed. Again, maybe they're using this opportunity to try out different draft ideas right now, considering they're #1 in groups. A loss here really doesn't affect it. It does maybe drag Entity up slightly, going 3-2-0 compared to Blacklist going 3-1-1, if that is the scoreline we end up with. But they have a free ride into groups anyhow. So again, it's an opportunity to test things, like, you know, going away from the Beastmaster Hoodwink ideas, trying different pause ones, trying different mids for Abed on a platform that's a lot more serious than a scrim. I can see that's why some of these ideas are coming out now for Blacklist. Still, Entity, you know, they're not goofing around. Even their draft is also slightly unorthodox. We haven't seen too much of the Pudge. We've seen a little bit of the Venge for sure. Tiny mid, not as often in Riyadh at the very least. It has still been working out. Smoke out now from Entity.
They've got the Kanda on no one. Like, the amount of damage he's going to do with these tosses, with that Kanda, it's going to really hurt. So they jump in, Avalanche tosses out, Tims is guaranteed to die, as now Gabby falling low himself will barely make it away, but now Natsumi has been caught again. 2 down for Blacklist International. Maybe make that 3, because Kataomi apparently just doesn't miss. Zhao gets caught. He's gone. No, he's not. He makes it to the fountain. Gabby's going to throw an arena down. He'll try for no one. They do at least get the Tiny. Maybe they can look towards Watson, but Watson's still got the Aegis up. They'll take him down once as Gabby. He's going to look for a spear back play on the Ursa into the fountain, but it doesn't quite get towards the fountain. Still Watson dropping low. Has got down. Tips out.
Oh.
Smiley's face from Watson. They even found DM now. DM probably going to die. Don't forget the rim.
Easy game. Easy for who, Gabby? Easy for who?
It's just easy. It's an easy game. That's all he's saying.
And I was wondering as well, you know, when they were saying sub Yoa in so we can win, do you believe they're asking Entity to take Yoa back?
Yes.
So they have a shot instead of no one. It certainly feels no one's just been crushing it. See if they can get some punishment.
Toss back onto the mid-tier 1 tower, apparently. Gabby, gonna be alright for now. Arbit, maybe not so much. He's already lost half his HP here to the hook of Kataomi, and he's trying to get away, but the Frostbite's gonna lock him down. Kataomi jumping in again with the Dismember will hold down Arbit. That's your Timber down. The Avalanche out from no one, connecting on 3 targets, though they are still moving in here, Blacklist. They go onto Fishman, but the hook back onto Natsumi.
Oh.
Even the Centaur coming in for a casual stun, just to make sure Natsumi does not get away. But they even got his courier. Just everyone's against Natsumi today.
They are. Gabby.
Hooks off the mark this time. Avalanches too.
Really want that kill onto Gabby. You're not going to find it. Still Blacklist. After a good turnaround on a little bit of a deep dive from Entity, they can't even find the tier 1 mid. Entity still managed to hang on to that objective. 17k lead, 12 to 36 here for the side of Entity. Probably just need this BKB done on no one, and he's not going to care about being stuck in the arena any longer. Can open up some more aggressive plays. 22 stacks up on Kataomi. Nice amount for our Pudge. It's not as much HP as it was before. I feel like they've nerfed that substantially. It used to be so much more. Maybe once he has the maxed out Dismember, you can start to see just how crazy it can get in 2 levels. Still, what way do you have back for Blacklist? I mean, you kind of have to bank on Entity overextending. Like, get the isolation plays on these big heroes, prevent the swaps from coming in somehow from DM, and then the game starts to open up a little bit more. We've got some more durability up on Abed. He's got the full Eternal Shroud now. You've got the BKB being formed up by Gabby. Still waiting on the Ags for Natsumi on the Courier. As, well, the last part was stuck there. Some tools are there. It's just, they need to play clean on Blacklist. For Entity, well, if they just keep bashing their heads against the wall, eventually they can find it, as long as they don't bleed out too much.
The problem is, how do you stop bleeding out too much here? It's pretty tough. No one now with the full BKB up on the Tiny. Kind of the thing for no one. Like, he has been susceptible to dying just a little bit with all the stuns that are available here on Blacklist International, but now with the BKB up, it's gonna be a lot more confident to just casually jump in for an Avalanche Toss combination and get away with it every single time. Just waiting for the next Roshan is Entity. 30 seconds till we find out when that is going to respawn. And Blacklist, props to them. They're not out of the game yet. They are fighting to try and force a draw here against Entity, but you know, they're still within dire straits. Still a long time to go before they get that farm they require. There's your Ags up on Natsumi now, 27 minutes into the game, but he's now worth the 10k. Like, it's... You are just really relying on Gabby and Abed to make this game kind of work at this stage. Like, the gyro is just not getting anywhere.
No, it's down to Gobed, as it does feel like it has fallen down to for Blacklist.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much Gabby and Abed can really do. Like, how much this combination can do at the moment. It has to be perfection from Gabby. And they have to be very disruptive with Abed on the back. Lose their tier 2. No outer tower left for Blacklist. Side of Entity. And Roshan is up if they want to go back and scout it, but are keen on trying to stop this push. Gabby hanging in a pretty decent spot.
No, he won't be able to take the Wisdom Rune away, though. Just kind of clears out the creep wave and goes for a run. Yeah, Entity have chosen to take their own sweet time to just relax and get some farm going, just address the creep waves and, again, wait for Roshan, which is actually already up. Just neither side have scattered it out yet. It's like perhaps Kataomi might have a bit of a check soon. Top lane, Avalanche Toss has caught out Zhao, so he is just immediately deleted to that combination. It's just so unfortunate because we're in a meta again where no supports can survive Avalanche Toss to Tiny if he has this crash landing facet.
Yep. Just really melt through. Abed still manages to hang away. They've got some good wards watching that crossing through the tier 1. But the Roche does begin for the side of Entity. Not going to take too long for Watson. Maybe Abed could try for a cheeky steal.
Oh, Natsumi. Avalanche Toss. He died to the Avalanche Toss. The hook did not land. That was Avalanche Toss plus 1 right click. That killed off Natsumi.
Abed. Bash? Oh,
yeah,
the bash kicks in.
Bashes. Of course he gets bashed. Nice try from Abed. Tips out from Watson. What can you do? It happens.
Yeah. The timing was almost right. Couldn't quite snatch away the cheese at the least, but side of Entity, well, the high ground's very simple now. There's no output in Natsumi yet. Needs a BKB. You do have the BKB and Gabby, but without your 2 other cores, it just doesn't feel like you can do much.
There goes your tier 3 top tower. No defending that.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
No one looking for a toss-back target. Not going to have one that time around. Watson, he'll just keep going. I mean, if they're not going to try and defend with that Arbit, of course, he'll just go for a secondary barracks while he still can. Arbit up in 5. No one, meanwhile, trying to find a toss-back target. Not going to be able to catch Gabby. So Entity back in onto the tier 3 tower, but now a 5-man smoke committed here from Blacklist International. No one's still waiting to blink in and toss, I think, but he just sees nobody. Blacklist make it pretty obvious they are smoked up. tier 3 tower will be taken down by our Tiny. In Blacklist International, they are the ones that probably need to move. And Gabby, he has tried to move in on his own now as they do jump in with Arbit, trying to shred him apart. They've got Kataomi down at the very least, but they've lost Natsumi again. You know, the gyro he just dies immediately as the swap is out now to Tim's. Tim's stealing the swap away, able to get himself out, but no one's in with an avalanche toss combination. Not quite killing anyone off. Hook off the mark from Kataomi. Meanwhile, back onto no one. They'll try for the Tiny again, but he is not dying. No one will turn with the rest of his squad. Gabby's down. Arbit's probably dead to boot. And he called. GG, well played. They finally had enough.
That they do. Good luck next from Gabby. There is no next for Entity until Wednesday. But the sentiment is appreciated, I'm sure. Entity showing up for the series up against Blacklist. Not looking like they broke a sweat whatsoever in any single one of these matches. And the side of Blacklist, well, they're still safe, but, you know, maybe not experiment too hard when we go into the groups, Mike.
Absolutely not. Of course, John, we do have to head off to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with hopefully an interview with one of the players here from the side of Entity. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are, of course, here after our series, our first series of the day between Entity and the side of Blacklist International. Jonathan, game 1 and 2, both going the way of Entity here. What are you thinking? Like, Blacklist International, I thought, may have been the favorites going into this matchup, considering the standings in their groups. They were sitting at first place, but Entity, they come in today, and quite frankly, they made it look kind of easy against Blacklist International. Where do you think things went wrong for this squad, and what do you think Entity did so well?
I feel like Entity had a really good read as to what Blacklist were really looking for under drafts, right? Like, they kind of removed a Hoodwink very early on in priority, and then they followed through with a Beastmaster. It feels like without the Hoodwink, maybe they're not as keen on the Beastmaster combo here from the side of Blacklist. Blacklist as well, it felt like they were kind of experimenting in their drafts, going for the Natsumi Broodmother, going for the Abed Timbersaw, with going back to the Gabby Mars, which we don't see too often nowadays. Felt like they went away from what they've been finding success with in the past few days of the play-in, so felt like maybe a little bit more experimentation out there from the side of Blacklist. We can take a look at some of those highlights as well from the last game for that series. Again, Entity had a wonderful time this time around. They had a really good understanding of what to draft, right? Like, they go out with very strong flexibility, with a Venge, with a Pudge, with a Tiny even, and only the CM kind of showing its position very early on. And they kind of held back into showing where they want to play any of these heroes. In the end, they came out with very strong lanes here. Just Venge, Pudge, stun into Hook every single time. Very easy to get running down. You've got the swap saves. You had a very decent Ursa lane with Ursa CM. It's very self-explanatory, just really good chase down potential. Never felt comfy for Gabby, even though he wasn't dying much. He wasn't applying the laning pressure we're used to seeing coming out from him. And again, Entity just never let off the brakes. In Southeast Asia, where some of these games go this way for Blacklist, it feels like they are able to find more room out, but Entity's not a Southeast Asian team. Entity's a team that just keeps going at you, and there's just no room to recover for Blacklist. It just starts rolling downhill, and there's no way to stop it.
Oh, it's certainly a very strong performance here from Entity. I kind of wonder as well. Like, I mean, I don't mean to nitpick here, Jonathan, but this gyrocopter really just did not perform the way you'd expect, right? Like, I think I made the call out about, 25 minutes in that he was 10k net worth, and you're kind of seeing it here in the highlights. Just look at the net worth graph. In the highlights, it's rough. That's a very ugly position for your POS 1 to be in. And I can't say that's the first time we've seen that either. You know, we keep making the joke that Garbet is currently carrying the side of Blacklist. It really does start to feel that way as we continue to see these games. And I'll tell you what, the games aren't going to get any easier either. You've made it through the play-ins. Congrats to both of these squads. But now you get to the group stage of the main event. Things get infinitely harder.
That it does, and it looks like Entity is much more set up for it. Again, I'm throwing a little bit of benefit of the doubt to Blacklist for their drafting. It felt very off in comparison to how good the understanding was in past few days. Today just looked very sloppy, to be quite frank, especially game 1. I think that experimentation with Brood 1 just didn't feel like something Natsumi was fully kitted out to do. The ideas were interesting, though. Again, with a Facet trying to slow down the regen of no one on mid was something. It's not like you'll rotate mid to drop another web when it expires every single time on the pause 1. So I'm hoping for Blacklist this was just a one-off day, because if it doesn't go that way the next few times in groups, it can be rough. We can take a look at the standings for our groups as well, as we have finished up our Group A matches, and we can kind of confirm what teams are going to be going through and who will have to play in the play-ins, as we again have Blacklist still on top with 8-2, Entity down at 7-3, Beast Coast at 5-4, and I believe Beast Coast are locked in for the top 3. Taking one win over VP is enough for them to secure that spot. VP, G2IG, and LGD kind of hanging in there. LGD still has an opportunity, I think, if they can manage to force a draw out. But if they don't manage to get that win up against G2IG at least one game, then G2IG are locked in, and LGD will be going home early as well. So Group A is what we're watching right now. Group B is coming up later, and we'll be able to see whether or not there's some wild swings, as there is some possibilities. Again, looking at the score, Azure is set to go no matter what happens today. No one else can get 8 losses, and that does confirm Azure's journey as well as ending early here. But there's some opportunities for the last confirmed slot in Group B to go straight to the groups without having to play the decider match. There is some potential there for Aurora Mao's announced to swap around depending on how Group B goes later.
And if I'm to be frank as well, Jonathan, and I do hate being this frank, but Mals have got their matchup against PSG Quest. That's the one we're casting. That's a hard matchup. PSG Quest, they are not going to make it easy. This is a fantastic squad. I think Mals certainly have the potential of at least forcing a draw. A 2-0 victory, obviously, much more unlikely, but this is going to be a good series, I think. Comparatively to the series we just watched, where it was very one-sided, I do feel as though this should be a much closer series. And I can't wait to see which one of these teams does. Their lives.
Yeah, and I think the ideal scenario for Maus is they need to hope for a 2-0, and if they don't manage to get a 2-0 here, then it's going to be a little bit rough for the side of Maus to hope to get into that third slot. They're going to have to bank on Aurora maybe losing all 3 games. So Maus has to bring their A game here, and of course Nouns and Aurora as well have some interesting ways of swapping around depending on how their series go. And there is a lot of leeway there for our last few slots. Well,
yeah,
keen on seeing that in the next round.
It should be very interesting to see how it all pans out. Again, I think this again should be a very, very interesting series here between Mals and PSG Quest, and I can't wait to see who pulls it off. Of course, Quest aren't going to make it easy, even if they have qualified already to the group stages. You know, you're not interested in losing. I don't care which team it is, Jonathan. Nobody wants to lose, even if it doesn't matter if they win. You know, it's all about the pride here, and well, we are going to throw to a break, and right after that break, of course, we'll be back with game number 1 between Mals Esports and PSG Quest.
to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. But I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the sea on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Get out my face. In the past and you're making me nauseous. Get out my face. In the past and you're making me nauseous. Sneaking through the back door of my heart, what you close it for? I can't tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl
PSG Quest. Do you feel like your ideas are different than other teams right now? Do you have like your own playstyle thing going on, or are you just following the meta and performing well?
I think we didn't develop our full own style so far, but I think we have a lot of good ideas about the new patch. I mean, we have a good coach and Ducalis who just plays 20 pubs a day. He's just making a lot of ideas, and yeah, we're doing them, practicing them, and hope they will work out.
Hey, Purge here with Supreme from Team Mouse. How are you doing so far at the tournament?
I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying the hotel and everything. It's amazing so far.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit how your team's been doing? You guys have been qualifying for some tournaments so far. How's the team atmosphere feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been some up and downs, but right now we are working hard and atmosphere is good. I think everything is fine. We can do really good.
In terms of meta right now, how are you feeling about the current meta in the state of Dota? Do you like facets? Like, are you cool with the patch? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I love the new things for sure. I love the mid lane meta as well now. Like, all the spirits are good, so that's kind of my thing. I like that a lot. I'm very happy with the current state of the game.
Which spirit heroes are your favorite?
Storm Spirit.
What do you like about Storm so much? Is it just that you can globally initiate? Is that you can scale as a right clicker? Like, what are things that really pull you to the hero? No pun intended.
It kind of feels like the hero does everything. He is strong all stages of the game. He doesn't really lose lanes. He farms fast. His skills really good as well. He farms jungle fast. He does everything almost.
Okay. In terms of your team's overall playstyle, how do you draft like an ideal lineup to fit with Storm Spirit? Like, what are there like? Do you care about mana combos, or are there other synergies that you prefer?
Just a strong support that can fight for the runes, some fast playstyle, something like that, I would say.
Perch here with Ulnit from Mouse. So what are you guys doing in this room right now?
We're choosing jackets from ESL.
Okay, so what was the process like for you guys? You're customizing patches and stuff, is that right?
Yeah, they gave us these patches. We chose from them. I chose the Axe, the second one. I like it. And then just sizes.
You an Axe carry player?
No, not yet.
Did you? What else did you pick out? Just the Axe one? Anything else cool that caught your eye? Some numbers? A knife? A good quality knife?
Knife is nice for sure.
Do you play CS or any other games that kind of drew you towards it?
Nah, just Dota mostly. I just like the Axe, you know. Play some RPGs.
Did you see other players wearing jackets too? How does it feel to get a piece of the tournament that you get to take home with you?
Yeah, it looks nice actually. It looks high quality, so I'm excited to get one.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and, of course, the Riyadh Masters here for Dota 2. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We are going into our second series of the day, of course, between Mouse and PSG Quest. But before we get into those teams, how are you doing, sir?
Doing great. We had an amazing series coming out earlier from Entity getting the 2-0 over Blacklist. This match for Mouse is a lot more important than it is for Quest. Quest already locked in. No matter what happens, they're not going to be dragged down to 4 or 5, so they are locked in for the groups. Whereas for Mouse, it's a little bit more tenuous. They still have an opportunity to maybe leapfrog over Aurora if they manage to get a 2-0. I think that's also banking on Aurora getting an additional loss at the very minimum. Maybe even banking on a full 2-0 for Aurora or a 0-2 for Aurora in their matchup up against Heroic. And we can take a look at those standings as well to see the journey these teams are taking in our play-ins going into the group stage, seeing how these teams are shaping up in terms of standings. Heroic number 1, Quest number 2, Aurora number 3, but not in very stable position at 5-3. Nouns and Mao still have an opportunity with a 2-0 on their ends to leapfrog over Aurora if Aurora gets 0-2'd by Heroic. Unfortunately, Azure, again, they're straight out, just gone, 0-8. There is no opportunity for them to climb out. Maybe they try to go out with a bang, try to ruin Noun's day by stealing away a win. I think that is the one thing that can ruin that 3-way tiebreaker potential for sure. Mind you, again, Mouse's opponent today is not going to be easy. PSG Quest has shown a lot of promise for a long time, Mike. We've seen them a little bit, you and I, in some of the lands. They sometimes don't really go too far. They had a great run in their TI qualifiers recently. Of course, a very, very, very good run as well coming out here in the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. So I'd say for the side of Mouse, they've got their work cut out for them. The last time these two teams faced off against each other was right around 2 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, June 14th. And that did go 2-0 the way of PSG Quest. Of course, you can get your predictions in for this matchup as well. Just visit the website of our elite partner, STC. I believe it's stcplay.gg. Get your audience predictions in for how these matches should go. It's going to be an interesting one to watch out for here, Mike.
It certainly is, Jonathan. I mean, I think we can all agree PSG Quest are looking to be the favorites going into this matchup against Mouse. Again, though, considering Mouse are the ones that have something to play for, in terms of these standings, perhaps Mel's kind of bring out... I'm not sure what you bring out, Jonathan. Maybe bring out the secret strategies if there are any. You know, some secret combinations. Bring out something, because I don't think PSG Quest are the kind of team that roll over and just let you win. I think these guys are very into just winning every single match they can. And so they should, of course, as for Mal's. It's up to them. You know, do you want that 2-0 win? And how badly do you want it? What are you going to bring? What are you going to give us to get that 2-0 here up against PSG Quest? I can only imagine. The thing is, as well, Mouse is a very good squad. Like, I'm talking as if they're completely outmatched. They aren't. Mouse, I think, is probably actually one of the better teams in these groups, actually. So we'll see what they can do. As we can have a look at the lovely faces, of course, of Mouse Esports. Jonathan, I'm a bit of a fan favorite of these guys. You know, I like these lads on Mouse. A lot of potential in this squad.
Absolutely. You know, it's been amazing to watch that growth of Ulnut. You know, he came into the CDPC as an unknown factor, right, on Geek Fam, along with Coach Immortal Fate. They didn't have the best of runs there, but again, it's been a steady improvement for the squad, sticking together with its core members. And it's just been getting better and better. I think Supreme on the mid has been spectacular when he does manage to pop off. You've got some solid stability coming from Narman on the 4, especially with his diverse hero pool as well. We might be getting some of those quirkier picks for him. Maybe it's time to kind of bring out some of the stranger things that we've seen Narman play before. And of course, Force has been every now and again a force to be dealt with, you know, when he does pop off as well. He does feel like more of a snowball-y kind of player. He does need to start winning very early on. But there is a reason this man is constantly memed in the Southeast Asian circle, particularly the Filipino squads love to meme about Force. He is a very interesting person to be stuck in a team with. I think if you ask anyone from Polaris, they would have a lot of things to say about Mr. Force. He's not all good, but not bad at all.
He's something, this guy, Force. You and I, we've casted him for a long time as well, and he does have a habit of just spamming voice lines literally non-stop. To the effect of us literally having to mute him, because that's how annoying it gets, even for us. I'm pretty sure everyone in the game, including his whole team, literally just mutes him every single time. Maybe not so much anymore, because he doesn't seem to spam him that much. I think maybe Immortal Faith literally just took him, you know, to the back room and gave him a couple smacks. Said that's enough, Force. We've heard enough. Speaking of though, let's look at PSG Quest. Jonathan, I've said enough about Mouse Esports. PSG Quest, another bunch of fantastic lads out of the MENA region. Jonathan, what are you thinking about these guys?
I think they've always shown great potential, especially in the tail end of last year when we saw them ride into Bali, when we saw them go into the Riyadh Masters. A lot of people last year had high hopes for them in the Riyadh Masters last time around as well. Unfortunately, didn't go quite as far as you'd want them to. They had an amazing run in the Western Europe qualifiers, of course, falling just a little bit short in the end, but still knocking a lot of people out.
Finally,
and they're not a squad to be underestimated.
We finally have some different poses, by the way, Jonathan. The Kamehameha pose coming out here. I love to see
that. Kamehameha.
What, are you going to tell me you haven't watched Dragon Ball either, John? Is that what you're going to say? Is it too
Kamehameha.
I understand. How dare you interrupt me when I mispronounce something for once, when you literally mispronounce something every sentence? How could you do that to me, John?
I got it. You know, I heard it. Was like, what? That's a fancy way of saying Kamehameha. You know, I've never heard it that way. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I don't know.
Also,
what I know is right.
I could have sworn I saw a Naruto tattoo on one of these players as well, Jonathan. We'll have to have a bit of a gander. I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure I saw one. So hopefully we can get a bit of a gander at that very, very soon, Jonathan. That's an anime you haven't watched for whatever reason.
Nope.
You're just too edgy for normies. You know, normal anime, whatever. It's
just not.
You know, it is what it is.
It's not my cup of tea. What's wrong with that? It's not my cup of tea. No, I don't have time to sit through 500 episodes, and that's without the filler. I don't have time for that. And it's not a concept that interests me. I am interested in this match. I don't care about your trash anime taste, Mikey. This match is going to be good, and we should be able to get into our Game 1 draft relatively soon. I mean, come on. There's some great stuff that you haven't watched, Mike. Like A Silent Voice, Anthem of the Heart. You know?
I've never heard anyone
any
bring
of
up
those.
these names. I've literally never heard anyone.
You've never seen K-On! You've never seen the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. You know, there's a lot more out there besides action junk, Mike, that's constantly recycled generation over generation, okay? And this game is also not going to be recycled. Mouse, they do ban out a couple of specials here, already taking care of the TA and the Broodmother. Quest, for their part, taking care of the Enigma, Clockwork, the Witch Doctor, and the Tiny as well. Nothing too strange, maybe outside of the Broodmother ban coming out here from the side of Mouse, but we have, again, seen Broodmother can be effective, although the last time you and I saw it wasn't quite so, but it has some potential for sure.
And they're going to start with the Brewmaster here for Mouth. Fair enough. Force probably just going to take that to the offlane, as I believe we are actually already hearing Force spamming voice lines. No, it's Allnut spamming voice lines already. What is... What has Force done to Olden? Now, Olden was such a young, shy man up until he had to meet Force.
Yeah, that's what they get for playing together in the DPC last year, Mikey, and sticking together into this year. Some of that Force rubs onto you. The Force bites back, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that. Still, we'll see. I mean, it's only Ulnet for now. Maybe Force gets in on that action later on. We do get the Weaver coming out here for the side of Quest. I hear that we have seen the pretty contested. There is a lot of flexibility, of course, for the side of PSG. Quest can still run its support very early on. In lane up against Brewmaster, it's actually not too bad. So I can see them maybe just locking in a TA 2000 hero very early on. Weaver has shown us it scales up really well laning wise. Against the Brewmaster, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world, depending on what lane partner Mouse will pick up for Force now with Narman. I do like it. It's nice and safe, it scales well, it has a lot of presence throughout the game, and it still has that flexibility on hand for Quest.
That it does. Weaver, very, very powerful right now. Mal's final ban to come. You can see the most contested heroes. I mean, every time I see Tiny, Jonathan, it just... Right now, it just makes me feel so sick. Like, we just saw no one in that last series with the crash landing facet plus a phylactery, and he was just deleting people with tosses. Like, once you get to the stage where you have a Kanda, you literally just toss and they die. It's pretty atrocious how strong Tiny is at the moment.
It is. Just has so much burst potential. And again, it still has flexibility. Pause 1 Tiny still works really well. Craggy Exterior is such a fantastic innate. Probably one of the best ones you don't even need to think about. It's just there every time you level up Pro. Just so much impact in terms of providing even more durability. You do see the rest of bands coming out here. Mao is taking care of the Darkseer, along with the Elder Titan earlier on. PSG Quest will go straight into the Rubik ban and go for the Hoodwink pickup themselves. So now they've got the really annoying Pause 4 on hand, 4 or 5, probably the 4 here for good old Omar. Just with a facet of that Acorn bouncing the trees, very easy to trade and always win on the Hoodwink right now. Lots of output, scales nicely, gives you some good control. Can't really fault Quest for going straight into that here.
Certainly not. The Hoodwink, surprisingly, doesn't get banned, just makes it right through, and of course Quest will take it. That Acorn trick shot is absolutely ridiculous. I say it every single time we cast the Hoodwink game, but it is atrocious how strong that facet is, especially during the laning stage. Mouse, we'll see how they want to respond here. Of course, second pick for themselves now. A reminder again, Mouse is the team playing for something. PSG Quest, they have already qualified through to the group stages of the Riyadh Masters. Mouse are the ones trying to fight their way through to the group stage based off the top 3 standings of their groups. They will go for a Grimstroke and a Jakiro pickup, which... Jakiro is a hero we really haven't seen much of at all.
Certainly not. It hasn't had the best win rate as well in here. It's been picked 9 times with a 33% win rate at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. It is something that they have enjoyed running on Mao, as Bengen has had a 50% win rate on his Jakiro. And it is fairly lane dominant. I'm curious what they want to kind of combine here for Mao's onto that safe lane. You are probably just running Grimstroke for Narman once more with the Brewmaster. That lane's very stable and aggressive enough to try to make it maybe a little bit tougher for the Weaver. It's going to be interesting which way this Jakiro goes. I do feel like Liquid Fire is still preferable because of the push potential, but Liquid Frost is really good in trading early on. It's just so much slow, so much control, that it does help you really turn your lane to kill lane very early on, if that is the way Maus will want to run it.
Minute and a half left on the reserve time here for PSG Quest as they continue to think about their third pick. It is going to be the Doom to come out here. So, I mean, Doom's still very, very potent in this current patch. We still see it picked up very often for the offlane, and certainly does do some fantastic work. Obviously going to be very good against heroes like the Brewmaster this game. This Quest will now look for their 4th pickup. I assume 2 more calls to come. I say that, of course, the Weaver Pos one's still there if they want it. Up to whether they think it's good enough or not.
It is. Again, like, just Weaver in response to Brewmaster already feels pretty damn good. maybe just look for a laning support that can make it better. We'll go with the Enchantress pickup here on the side of Quest. That can kind of simplify the lane. You've got a lot of healing coming out with the overprotective Wisps, so trading early on feels pretty good for the Ench. You can kind of recover your Weaver there as well. You can steal maybe an annoying neutral creep to run down the lane as well, provide some more spacing for your Weaver. I do like it. It's just something to go in between these bodies, allow your Weaver to farm, and just make that lane fairly sustainable. So there's not much threat early on onto that Weaver up against the early Force Brewmaster, even with a Grimstroke. It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Maybe by a cheeky level 2, level 3 spike you could try to run down, but it is a little bit easier for Quest to be on the defensive. Maus will pick up the DK that was left in the pool, and we did see a lot of DK across our qualifiers, of course, in a little bit here in Riyadh, although not in the games we've casted. Still a very stable hero to have. Corrosive Dragon form is almost always what you get. There is some flex here for Maus. Olnut can run it on safe lane. More than likely, we are just getting the Supreme DK. So you've got two very beefy front lines for Maus. You've got two heroes that are potential Inkswell initiators as well. And that does allow some early play. I like the potential of push with the DK Jakiro. The double dragons can make short work of an objective if they are allowed to touch it.
Oh, absolutely. It's pretty ridiculous how much damage to these towers they can deal very, very quickly. Final banouts to come. Maus, they get rid of the Monkey King. PSG Quest, they'll get rid of the CK. You have a situation where I believe PSG Quest are looking for someone in the mid, and of course Maus are probably still looking for a carry pickup. Final ban for Quest. Because judging by the way they're drafting here, Jonathan, I dare say they are taking this game very seriously. Doesn't really seem like they're memeing at all or trying anything too experimental.
No, certainly not. Again, I mean, you're locked in for Quest. There's a lot in the line for Maus, and I don't think Quest, are the kind of team to take anything lightly. They have a lot to prove still. They're always hungry. All of these players are very hungry, as we've known from the past when we saw them last year, even into this year. So I'm sure it's full speed ahead for Quest. Maus, they take care for last that they will have to face up against mid that Supreme wouldn't want to deal with. There's still some big options here for Noob. Puck is around if you want that stable matchup into the DK. There's also a Storm that doesn't look too bad here for Noob to kind of play. Storm probably is the safest bet. You don't have the hard lockdown on Maus to really punish it. Outside of maybe Phantom's Embrace and Blink Dragon Tail, there's still a lot of leeway for a Storm to zip in and out here if Maus don't take care of it.
There sure is. They're not the most locked down for a Storm Spirit at the moment. Maus. Final ban to come, still considering what they want to really get rid of. Again, I do believe PSG Quest still looking for the mid lane matchup. But they know they're up against the DK more than likely, so it's not really the hardest match. They get rid of the Keeper of the Light, and Maus immediately into the Olnut PA1 seeking.
Yeah, I can't fault them. Again, it's something Olnut really loves to play. It's something he knows how to itemize depending on the game. Knows what tempo to hit. It's not the most straightforward PA game, I will have to say. I mean, it is annoying for the Weaver. It does make him a very viable Doom target, to be fair. But that does take the attention away from Force. So if you Doom the PA, Force is going to be able to split. The fight still can turn towards Maus's way. I'm curious which facet Olnut will take. Will we see the attack-based crits once more? It does feel like he has been enjoying that. Wouldn't fault him for it in this kind of game. Just to have a little bit more physical burst. And again, the talent spikes can make it a little bit more bearable. For Quest, I don't think the PA changes the viability of the Storm Spirit, if they want that. It still feels good here. Again, the lockdown isn't amazing. There's a lot of things to dodge in and out from. You have some good connections with a Weaver who can also Shukuchi in, follow through for your fights, and Doom once the blink is up. Can just help to run heroes down. It's open enough for Quest though that, again, there's still options like, say, Puck. Do you feel like the lane of Puck into DK is a little bit more static? Maybe an option like Ember if you want that same mobility around, but if you were choosing between Ember and Storm this game, I feel like you'd lean towards Storm. Just gives you a little bit more here.
We'll see. West, the option is theirs. They go for the Snapfire. Now that's something you and I haven't had the pleasure of seeing in a long time. The mid Snapfire making its appearance here for PSG Quest. Well, I don't know, John. Mid Snapfire, is it still as potent as it used to be a couple years ago?
Yes, I'd say it's actually a lot better with the facets coming in, mainly because they changed Lil Shredder to be a percent of your attack damage. So before, scaling as a core Snapfire, you were reliant on your level 20. They moved that to 25, swap 25 with 20, and that spike was just way too slow. But with a little bit of that damage on your Lil Shredder now, it does feel more sustainable to kind of transition from being reliant on the Cookie and Scatter Blast. Now your Lil Shredder also does some work, especially in lane. It's not to be underestimated. The minus armor shred is good, and I do like the solution. It's a Snapfire versus a DK lane. Melee matchup lane tends to go really well for Snapfire. He is going for the Ricochet as well on the facets, so nothing like the full bore, which is unnecessary when you're up against melee heroes in the mid. I like this from Quest. It's a little bit cheeky. They do have maybe not the best lockdown to play along with the kisses coming out in terms of trying to keep them together in a team fight and just burst someone through, but it's very snowbally. You know, it's a very tempo-based mid. It will buy space for Malik and for TA2000 to just get their farm, hit that point where they can be threats. You can still get good connections with a Snapfire Hoodwink plus the Enchantress on top. Like, maybe just look for solo pickoffs. Bushwhack into kisses, go back to farm, rinse and repeat whenever it's up.
Oh, here we go, Jonathan. Game number 1 is almost officially underway, and we can get into it very, very soon. See exactly how Mals are going to try and secure a victory over PSG Quest. Again, I will say, PSG Quest, they have already made it through to the groups, as we are seeing a bit of all chat. Dukal is saying Narman got. Well, there you go. A bit of respect to Narman.
Gotta love it. I don't know what Narman's done to deserve that either. I mean,
probably
he
nothing.
can be a little bit crazy. Yeah, no, I mean, I think in pubs he does play some strange things, although.
They'll throw the barrel out, but TA2000 with the Sakuchi is going to be just fine. It's like Force wants to get muted again very, very soon. We'll wait and see if he wants to keep up the voice line spam. I was saying, Jonathan, PSG Quest again, they have already qualified to the groups. It is Mals that are trying their absolute best for a 2-0 victory here to secure their own position in the top 3 for the group stage of the Riyadh Masters. I'll probably be saying that quite a few times here throughout this series. I'm not going to lie.
It's fair enough. I mean, that's the game on the line for Mouse. That's the reality of it. They need to find a 2-0 to be really secured. Leapfrog over Aurora. Quest is not an easy opponent, and it doesn't look like they're taking it easy with this kind of draft as well. Do manage to get the D ward early. Nice movement out from Mr. Ducalis to clear out that ward. Again, it's going to be interesting. I think the Snapfire pick into PA's actually kind of cool because of that Ricochet. Every time she misses a shot, it'll bounce towards nearby enemies and damage them instead. So if you're missing on a PA, you're going to shred everyone else around you. Even though, granted, again, your damage early on isn't amazing. So it's kind of anti-evasion in a way. In a weird way.
I never even thought of that. Narman, top lane. He's okay. TA2000, copying a fair bit of damage. He'll be okay as well with the Sakuchi. But no, I never thought of that. Noob with the Ricochet. That's actually genius. So he just continues to shred the rest of the team every time he misses the PA. That's actually amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it also makes it that if you're trying to harass out Supreme, he's on a high ground position, right? In laning phase, your hits can still fly onto creeps. So you can still clear out the creep wave while trying to go for some harassment hits. Again, the matchup, melee hero up against Snapfire for Noob does work out really well. Supreme isn't going to be completely shot out. He's got regen, he's got Breed Fire to slow down this harassment. He can still find some stable farm, but certainly very much Snapfire favorite as we have seen before.
Absolutely. Does the Ricochet work with the Little Shredder?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so he can literally just pop Little Shredder and just hit the PA, and there'll be 12 shots that come out of Noob, basically, assuming he misses every shot. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see how that pans out. I don't want to assume it's broken yet against PA, but it sure sounds broken.
Yeah, it can be. I'm keen to seeing again that scaling. It does still feel like your damage is going to be lacking until 25, but you have some now. Hold on.
Almost going down to Olnit. Olnit getting aggressive already here onto the Hoodwink, but Omar barely able to get away. Bengun, I should note as well, did go for the Liquid Frost facet on the Jakiro, so it doesn't bother for the Liquid Fire, would rather the Frost. I think that's a fine choice. I think the Frost is pretty damn good, as Omar gonna have to find out the hard way perhaps, as it looks like he is set to fall. Barely gets away for now with the stick charges, still has a Fairy Fire up, and will barely make it out. But Bengun, a massive pain in the butt here on the Jakiro.
Yeah, I don't mind this too much. We were talking about the potential of a strong push with Jakiro on Liquid Fire. Liquid Frost just wins you the lane so hard. The constant damage, the slow stacking with the dagger makes it so painful to try to run. And this is a lot of pressure down bot and lane that, you know, PA doesn't necessarily bully out. Do you manage to find top, though?
Ducalis almost going down with the Stroke of Fate, but he does have the Wisps come in and heal him up. Narman going to get tip-tipped by Ducalis again. As Narman just unable to escape the tips. It's now Malik going down. Olin able to secure his first kill of the game on the PA.
It's the power of that Liquid Frost dual breath plus the dagger. When you get hit by all three spells, you move for like 100 move speed or something dumb. Almost feels worse than being stunned, because it lingers a little bit longer as well. You just have to be a little bit cautious there. Getting a lot out from Olnet. Still the pressure up top.
Ducalis. Maybe this time he drops, but problem is Narman is dropping earlier. They both do go down in the end. Both cores up at the top lane will enjoy those kills. As now bottom, Malik in trouble again, and the slow is just absolutely atrocious. Malik is literally not moving. He's gone. Yeah, I mean, that is slow. Omar, getting tipped already by Olnet. Looks like Olnet knows he's probably going to die here, as Bengun actually the one to drop. Omar survives, and Olnet may be regretting the tip at this point.
Yeah, they dive pretty deep for these kills. I like the aggression coming out from Mao's. It does feel like they are winning out bot, but I think their top lane is a little bit too painful. The fact that Force finds the kill first as well doesn't help the cause. He had to share that EXP out with Narman. You want more levels up in this Brewmaster. You have the level advantage on TA2000 instead. So he's starting to dish out quite a fair bit of damage. Lower cooldown on Shikuchi makes it more annoying to try to pin him down. Overall, I think you're finding some good trades across for Quest. Your mid lane is still winning pretty hard from Noob, but Supreme, again, isn't lagging too far behind. I think the one concern is really just how much Olnet's getting.
Omar again going to be targeted here by Bengun. Bengun is just doing so much damage with this Jakiro. Olnet going to come in and clean up. This combo in the bottom lane, it is actually very fun to watch between Olnet and Bengun. Like, it's like the amount of kills that are just getting fed to Olnet right now, it's pretty ridiculous. He's going to have a very fast Battle Fury timing. Like, he's already got the cornucopia up.
Yep. And that's up against a Doom lane, which isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world for Doom to kind of contend with on a PA. Again, it's just all these slows. Think about it. Most of these slows are 4 to 5 seconds. Only the dagger's around 2.8 seconds long. So it's almost like you're stunned for 4 seconds with all of these slow stacking because you just can't move. It's just a nightmare.
Malik, get out of there, sir. It's not looking too safe for you. Thankfully, Omar does force back Bengun. We should probably have a look at the other lanes while we have a chance here, John, as well. I mean, we already kind of have, but the very least for PSG Quest, the mid lane is going extremely well for Noob right now. I suppose I could say the exact same thing for Supreme, though, who has kept up in CS quite nicely. But Noob on that Snapfire could be a pretty big concern as the game does play out, because, of course, Snapfire, from memory, Jonathan, it can be very hard to deal with once it's online. And as you kind of mentioned earlier, mid-snap doesn't take anywhere near as long anymore to get online.
No. They're lining up for Supreme.
They sure are. Kisses are out. Supreme will have to rush towards the Snapfire, but it's just so slow to get there. He'll still land the stun just in the nick of time, but the chase is on. Silence out on Noob, not going to allow the follow-up Scatter Blast. So they do actually save the life of the DKs. Now bottom lane, Olnet, force the TP away, but he'll make it out. They could TP back to the fountain rather than TPing back to the tier 1 tower, but it looks like he's going to be more than happy just surviving. And he's actually already 2 parts into that Battle Fury now. He just needs the Claymore and the recipe to have it completed. And so it is still going to be an extremely fast timing for the PA. skipping the treads altogether for now as mid lane. Supreme, again going to be in a spot of danger. Ducala's chasing him down with the Centaur creep, but it won't matter. They don't have the damage.
Again, just a little bit too hard, especially without the kisses up on Noob. They are doing a lot of chip damage onto mid, which Supreme isn't able to achieve with his first dragon form. And that is going to be maybe a little bit more painful. The map's not going to open up. Again, all the pressure has to be coming in from Supreme, as you will be farming up a little bit more of On Force and Ulnit. They are grouping up down bot here.
Oh, they really want to try and slow Ulnit down. Slow is there with the enchant. Problem is Bengun will just go down first as Ducala's now being chased up by Ulnit. Follow-up stun out from Ducala's. Ulnit may have gone a bit too far. He'll try to slow down Malik, try to go for a run. The rotations are incoming slowly but surely here from Mouse as they do bring Narman over. And that'll be it. PSG Quest, seeing that Narman has rotated, they will leave Ulnit alone. They already got the kill into Bengun anyway, so they get away with something. And now Narman going for a bit of a D ward, but it may cost him his own life. So he does get caught by a bushwhack, and he is certainly just dead.
And they still do a good job of bailing out Ulnit. It's a lot of attention down bot, even a little bit of a rotation from TA2000. We'll be able to find that tier 1 tower for their trouble on the side of Quest, but it is giving some room to recover. You know, Force has a solo lane, Ulnit stuck in the jungle, no forward wards to spot him out just yet. And the mid still holding steady. Side of Quest, though, they are starting to reach that point where they could think about another rotation out. Kiss is ready once more on Noob. Hasn't really left the mid lane. Is going for the Atos build, maybe into Gleipnir. Lots of utility and damage and control coming out once those items are farmed up. No contest for the bot. Quest maintaining a 2k lead. Good amount of farm onto TA2000 and Noob. You are lagging a bit behind on Malik, but it's a Doom. It's just going to recover through Devour eventually. Does feel like for Maus, you have to be a little bit cautious as these initial timings start forming up. Because again, once you're ready to roll on Noob, probably just waiting for the full Atos timing. If you can rotate with the Atos and control from and the damage from the kisses, it's going to be enough to start to look for those kills.
Oh, it absolutely will be. It's going to be a smoke rotation up towards the top lane here from Mal's. They're having a look for TA2000. Oh, TA, he just popped the Sakuchi. This is a perfect time for Mouse to move in. They'll land the Cinderbrew from Force. TA2000, though, still has another Sakuchi. They were unable to land a stun. Meanwhile, mid lane, Bengun does end up dying to Noob as they go for even more now. Kisses out into Supreme. Supreme trying to fight Omar, but Supreme just burning for the damage of Noob. They will eventually find Omar's life. They'll chase down Ducalis on the Enchantress. Ducalis, though, just going to go for a casual TP out and he'll make it. No problem. So another great team fight here for PSG Quest.
And it is. And they're playing off the back of these openings. And they can't catch out T2000 Weaver. They see all of that commitment from the mid. They know they've got the room to actually make a play on the mid lane itself. And get that good punishment out going from Quest. A 4k lead already at 10 minutes in. It's not the flashiest set of kills. 5 to 7, not a big gap in terms of the kill board, but what it achieves for them is just doing so much more on the side of Quest. That and off the farm coming in for Omar and Ducalis is starting to stack up. And that is going to be a concern. An early Atos on Omar, even more hold to help mitigate this lack of direct jump Quest might have. More sustain out from the Ench, making her a harder burst target. Even for the PA, and considering that you have to get some attacks up on Ulnit, can be a little bit challenging with the attack speed slow still. Noob, Omar looking for a play with a smoke out.
Where do they head, though? Down towards the bottom lane, they'll group up with Malik. Seems like they are aware that Ulnit is around the corner somewhere. They did have vision on the high ground, so Ulnit will now be scattered out by Noob and Omar. Rod of Atos out, kisses are in, Bushwhack will lock him down, and there's just no chance, as Ulnit will get tipped by everybody here from the side of PSG Quest. And that's going to be pretty rough for Ulnit, because he was off to a very good timing on the Battle Fury, but well, now it's looking painfully average.
And it is. You even get a solo kill for TA2000 onto Narman. Force not really able to do much to stop that. Does have the split, but doesn't really have anyone to fully connect to maximize that. Supreme.
In danger. Stun will land out from Noob. That's so much damage with the little shredder being pumped out onto Supreme. He'll still make it up, but now as Malik dropping the Doom immediately right onto the head of Force. Force trying to help his cause, but he might just have to die. As he will, Malik will secure the kill. Still looking for more his PSG quest. Looking to jump back in. Bushwhack will not land from Omar.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Noob, he'll rotate around the mid lane. In comes TA2000 onto Narman. They'll even find Bengun down the Jakiro. Bengun is gone. Narman, he'll follow right after. No chance of survival here for anyone on the side of Mouse, as even the DK, he's still being chased down. Supreme not realizing they are on the chase here to Carlos. Having a look for another, but seems like Supreme at least able to get away. But my god, this game one, it went from being pretty okay for Mouse to being really bad for Mouse.
Just comes down to how well these lanes came out for Quest. The bot lane was probably the best lane for Mouse. Mid lane, it's to be expected when you're up against Snapfire. The top lane, a lot slower for Force. We have not seen a single split in this game. He's still working onto that Radiance. Still lagging a fair bit behind in comparison to the Quest cores. You finally get your Battle Fury up for Allnet, but he needs more time to really maximize his farming pace. He's going to be rushing into the Power Treads BKB, try to get activity afterwards. Until that point, it just doesn't feel like you're ready. Maybe once you have this blink up in Supreme, things can start to go a little bit smoother here.
Oh, speaking of Supreme, John, I have a feeling that blink's not going to be coming anytime soon, sadly, as he will get caught here by the Rod of Atos into the kisses of Noob. Or Narman, not looking too good either, as he just gets demolished by Noob with a little shredder. Yeah, I don't think I'll be questioning mid-Snapfire again, John.
Yep.
Not this patch.
It's pretty solid. It's a lot of output, the little shredder changes.
Bengun in danger. Force, he'll think about the primal split, but the Bushwhack's going to land in time, and Bengun just gets shot down. What do you do? It's a very one-sided game one thus far.
That it is. I mean, low shredder is just too much damage at the moment, you know? Again, they take away the talent spikes, but 65 base damage, 30% of your attack damage at 133, that's around, what, 40 damage maybe? It's, what, nearly 100 damage still per little shredder, and it's kind of nutty.
No. Supreme, Bushwhack's going to land, Sharpshooter's going to be up. He does at least get a Dragon Tail stun, but that's not going to mean jack crap. Omar does secure the kill on the Hoodwink. And it is literally just hunting season right now for PSG Quest. You know, it's rabbit season right now, John. And Mouse are the rabbits. TA2000. They will be able to retreat. The rest of PSG Quest, they're coming right through the Radiant Triangle, trying to force the fight up at that top lane. They won't find themselves the target they were looking to jump in on. Instead, mid lane, they may have found themselves a Jakiro, but Noob does not want to dive the tier 2 tower on his own. Top lane, they will find Nub. Now Narman does use the Ink Sword to try to run, but the Sharpshooter going to land from a mile away, and the Swarm, oh, it's not enough, but Malik's in. Malik takes down Narman. He's even found the Jakiro. Bengun will follow. I mean, show him a little bit of mercy, Quest. Come on now. Oh, hold it.
No.
Look at this. Look at all it.
Oh, my lord.
God.
Oh, okay.
I mean, for the record, Olnet hasn't skilled any points in Blur, which is fair enough, I think.
I mean, to be fair, your evasion is tied into your levels.
I'm aware.
The Blur is not going to do much for you anyhow, I don't think. Especially without the facet.
I'm fully aware of that, John. I just don't know what else you do. Like, at least maybe he would have had half a second to get away. You had something.
Yes. No, I think it's kind of nutty. Wait, hold that thought on my end.
Kisses are in. They found Supreme here. Look at the damage output with those kisses. My God. Narman and Supreme are gone. Noob on a double. 10-0-3 on the mid Snapfire. Jeez Louise. I mean, what are you meant to do against this?
I think you're meant to call it relatively soon, Mikey. Mind you, again, I was looking at that little shredder onto Olnet. If there's no enemy heroes for the ricochet to bounce to, does it actually just trigger on the same target? Because it felt like there were no misses.
I believe he did actually miss once, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. I mean, it's an interesting thing. We might have to test it in the demo. just after this game. But here we go again. Look at this. Noob, he may answer your question top lane. Olnett gets caught by a Gleipnir. Noob, cookie out, little shredder, and there you go. You tell me, John, did it work or not? I don't know.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They go back to comfort, you know, back into this Ulnet PA. They had a good lane. It's just there was no play. I mean, Force is still farming. He's still looking for his Radiance. He's not really joining in. We haven't seen a good split. They've got the Blink and Supreme, but who do you connect with without your off lane ready to go? Your supports are just not enough in this game to kind of land you some good pickups here just yet.
Oh, top lane. They're going to find Ben Gunn. The Ben Gunn still going to run, but Malik's there. And that'll be enough. TA 2000 now to take that kill. 4-0-6 on the Weaver. Current scoreline 5-23. Of course, 17.5 minutes in. 18k net worth advantage for PSG Quest. And it's not getting any easier for Mouse as time goes on. You talked about the Radiance and all that. I mean, it's just so late by this point. Like,
yeah.
Force will pick it up now, but it's what difference is it going to make? I can only wonder. Because there goes your top tier 2 tower. All outer towers now are completely gone for Mouse. And it seems though PSG Quest are probably about ready to go again.
Yep. Smoke out from Mouse. Maybe try to get a good reveal on the Radiance plus Blink here. See if they get a flank.
Well, they saw Malik, but they don't want to jump in on the Doom. Instead, they'll try for TA 2000. They'll find Omar. Omar will get jumped. That's one down here for Mouse. So a nice start. The problem is PSG Quest, they get everyone else out of it. So you get actually a really nice goal change anyway. So 1k swing off that one kill on the Hoodwink. But that's all they're going to get. And PSG Quest, they're still going for Roshan anyway. They don't care.
Yeah. Not much to care about. They've got the damage. They've got the control on the map. Should be able to find us Rosh, no problem. With the low Shredder minus armor, with a Swarm on top as well. Not going to take too long. There is enough time to maybe respond if Mouse manages to get a read here.
Quest are waiting. They're not going to rush too much. They'll just deal with the creep wave first. Maybe just try to use TA 2000 as bait. While everyone else does remain smoked up. Force going to be spotted here by Ducalis. Vision down. They'll find Ben Gunn with an enchant, and Ben Gunn will be the sacrificial lamb as now the Doom is out. They've also caught another. It's going to be Force on the Brewmaster, just getting completely destroyed. As Supreme's going to try and TP out in the middle of the fight, but he's been caught. 3 down. 4 down for Mouse. The only survivor is Olnett, and that's only because he wasn't even there.
Yeah. Just buying space for the PA. Again, good read from Quest. They saw the clear on the tower, on the creeps. They knew they had to, well, it should just force the fight instead of trying to risk it with some Blink initiation shenanigans. And get the isolation. Straight jump forward from Malik. Get the Doom off onto Force. Again, just no splits coming out. And the damage is just overwhelming. There's just no play for Mouse. They have to, their own damage is still farming. Like Olnett, it's just not ready to join in. And Quest, the smiles on their faces, they know this game is in their complete control. 21k lead at 20 minutes in. More than 1k per minute. That's kind of insane.
It is pretty insane. Things are going swimmingly right now for PSG Quest, and I don't think things are going to turn anytime soon with the way this game number 1 is going. Bottom lane, Malik's having a look at Olnett. Olnett being caught, sharpshooter from a mile away, and well, the blur is out this time, but it's not going to make the difference. Olnett is actually still running.
The Acorn!
No, he's gone. The Acorn shot, it's going to be enough. They do at least find the 2. Malik does die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That fight was a bit of a PowerPoint for me, Jonathan, I must admit. Couldn't see anything. Force?
No, they're still going.
They are still going. Omar having a look for a Gleipnir target. They have found themselves Force here on the Brewmaster already. Ben Gunn's gone to boot. Force is going to try to go for a run, but it's not looking great for him because TA 2000 is just not leaving him alone. The chase continues here from the Weaver. Force cannot believe he's still being chased. It's TA2000 into the tier 3 towers.
Oh my
Past
goodness.
the Ancient into the fountain now for Force.
No!
Leave him alone. Force will barely make it. Oh my.
Oh, Quest. They're just going crazy. And that last fight as well, sure you sacrifice Malik, but the kill goes on to Bengen, not the hero that really wants that gold. The AoE gains for Maus are still big, just not enough. Still need so much more, still need so much more time as well. They are getting that time, just lacking basically the recipe gold now on Ulna to get the BKB, but you've got a very low HP PA that will have to try to dig through a lot of heroes up front, even when that BKB is up. We're inching towards Noob getting his level 20 for the triple little shredder. Even just the 18 with a higher kiss damage is going to be huge. They are going to try to group up on Mao's. Again, they still have split ready if Force can get into a position and not get doomed. A lot of ifs here.
Well, here we go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke on smoke scenario. Mal's PSG Quest, they're going to go at it. Olnut, though, he's been caught already, and the team is not by him. You can't afford to lose the PA like this, but he's gone. They were trying to group up. Mal's, they're still to the north of the map here, but how do you fight without your PA? The answer is you just don't. You hope PSG Quest don't go high ground.
Yeah. You've got buyback, but you really don't want to expend it when you need this BKB farm and Ulnit. They will just maybe try to cut through waves. They are leaving Force behind. No, they have to TP respond to this push.
T3 tower going down. PSG Quest making quite short work of it so far as the Gleipnir going to catch a couple targets once again. Force already losing half his HP on that Brewmaster. Will be okay, but the Bushwhack going to land onto Supreme now, making life even harder as they even got the Doom up onto the Brew. Supreme and Force both gone. And Bengun barely surviving as they call it. GG. They have seen enough for game one. I can't say I'm overly shocked by the result we've seen here during this game one, John. I wanted to hope we'd see a bit of a closer game, but props to PSG Quest. They are not messing around.
That they are. They are playing very seriously. They still look relaxed, still confident. I think the results speak for themselves here in their play-in run so far. Again, already locked in to go into groups, but still playing seriously. And the side of Mao is, again, they're going back to comfort, right? Picking Force as Brewmaster first. Very strong here, but in a lane that doesn't work out. You leave the Weaver, it comes in. Weaver lane matchup for Brewmaster, not particularly amazing. And then you have to fall back for this Ulnut PA, which again, in lane, looks so good with the Jakiro. With all of the slow stacking, felt like he had a very strong stun for 4 seconds with how slow they were moving. They couldn't capitalize on it. I think the big issue for Mao is they had no playmaker. You needed some farm on your DK. The lane just didn't go well, so you weren't going to get that super fast blink. You needed some farm up on Force, and he took so long to get that Radiance. And even when he would show up, Malik would just wait with that Doom every single time. We did not get a single good split from Force in this game whatsoever.
No, we certainly didn't. And you and I, during this game one, we were so focused on how well the bottom lane was going for Mal's with this Jakiro PA, but you kind of forget to notice how badly the other lanes are going. And well, props to PSG Quest. I mean, they made this game one look easy. After a horrific off lane for themselves, it was still just an easy game. Just no real contest here against Mal's. Props to PSG Quest once again. Mal's, I kind of wonder what they're thinking now going back to game number 2. Like, how do you draft into this team? The skill difference just seemed massive for game 1, and it really did feel like a skill difference as well. I don't know if I could really blame the draft per se. The draft is short, like it is pretty unique from Mal's, but PSG Quest it almost felt like they just outclassed.
I'd agree. Again, I don't think the matchups helped. I think mid was just too much of a gimme for Noob. Again, it's a Snapfire versus a melee laner. There are lots of magic damage to play with. You didn't have the best rotational supports as well. It was very lane focused with the Grimstroke and the Jakiro. I think you're going to have to rectify that. You have to apply pressure across the lanes. You have to have some way of playing in the early to mid game. And that was just lacking. Like, you had no one that could connect with your Inkswell early on until the blink, but again, the lane up there for Supreme was too slow. You can't really initiate with Jakiro. You had no setup for any of these teamfight spells to come in. And I think that those draft ideas have to come in on that game too. Considering how Quest plays, they have to be able to adjust here on Mouse.
But with the standings as well, like, is there a... I don't even know. Is there a tiebreaker situation now? Like, if Mouse can even force a draw out? I suppose it does. You know, yeah, you do have to wait for the other matches, I suppose, right? Or
I think for Mouse to have a shot, I think they needed a 2-0. I think one loss, an additional draw. It depends, but no, I feel like the condition was Aurora gets 0-2 and Mouse gets 2-0. Or now it's also getting a 2-0. So Mouse losing one game kind of puts him out of the running. So it's going to be a little bit rough for them going into that game too.
Well, with that, John, of course, we will head into a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 between Mouse Esports and the side of PSG Quest.
Three, two, one, go! Three, two, one, go.
Welcome to the Boulevard, baby. We thought we would take you on a little tour for all you suckers at home that didn't make it to the event to show you around the sights and the sounds of this epic place here in Riyadh. First place I want to take you, of course, is the STC Play Gaming Hall. A lot of cool stuff in there that you will see for the first time, so please come with me. Oh. Hello. This is the Team Liquid hut where Blue is supposed to be here. Let's go take a look at some of the things that Team Liquid has won. May we enter, please? Thank you. Look at these grand trophies. The Aegis and the lesser trophies. Here's the horse we were supposed to talk to. The only reason I came! Not a big deal, though. We'll wait for Blue, I'm sure. He's real busy eating hay or something, but we'll wait. Thank you, Team Liquid. Please let us know when Blue arrives. Thank you. Where's Blue? Where's Blue? Is Blue here yet? How long till Blue comes? Where is he? Please tell me. Okay, we'll be back. Just waiting for the horse. Just waiting for Blue. He'll be here soon, I know he will. Team Liquid never disappoints. Just waiting for Blue. It's been 4 hours. We're still waiting for Blue. Still hoping for Blue. With my boy, I'll wait all life. I'll wait my whole life. Wait for the horse. Oh! Blue! Yeah! because he can't talk, and he listens. He really listens. I love Team Liquid. I love you, Blue. Wow! Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and, of course, the Riyadh Masters. It is MLP Dota and John Xfire, and we're here for game number 2 between Mouse Esports and PSG Quest. Jonathan, game number 1 was a bit of a whitewash here from the side of Quest. I mean, my goodness, they made it look pretty damn easy after that laning stage. Game 2, is there anything in particular you would like to see changed up here from Mouse to give themselves a chance at a forced draw?
I think I'd like to see more activity out from Force. It felt like that was a really rough Brewmaster game with the Doom last pick. It just counteracted everything Force would want to do. Maybe try to save the Force Hero for towards the middle of the draft, if not the end of the draft. It does feel like he needs to get some play out. He needs to be able to connect with Supreme, and that didn't happen at all. The lane matchup as well for Supreme was rocky. To be fair, I don't think a lot of people expect to play into the mid Snapfire nowadays, as it's not the most popular hero, but it still has its moments, and up against a DK, it certainly is a very easy lane for the Snapfires. We've seen years ago when you used to watch it and see. Again, all of you guys here as well can get your predictions in for the series by going to stcplay.gg. I believe that is the link, and it is the link. I'm correct for once, Mike. Go out there, get your predictions in for this matches and the other matches going on, of course, here at the Riyadh Masters, at the Esports World Cup, and across the other games as well. But yeah, for Mao's, my prediction is, with the way Quest played, even with a draft correction, I feel like I'm seeing a Quest 2-0 here, Mike. Not biased, but just purely from a gameplay standpoint, Quest are executing on a very different level in comparison right now.
Oh, I don't think anyone accuses you of bias, Jonathan. PSG Quest made, again, Game 1 look very, very simple, so I think Game 2, Mals have to prove to us that they deserve at least a draw. Game 1, to put it in perspective, Jonathan, did last less than 24 minutes. So about 23.5 minutes it lasted. In fact, 23 minutes 56 seconds is how long that game number 1 went on for. And it was really just one-sided. 7-33 was the kill score. Noob was 14-0-6 on that mid-snap bias. That kind of goes to show you how dominant he was on that mid-snap. I believe our Weaver TA2000 went 7-0-8 as well. So he just didn't die either. It's just...
Yep.
The one call that suffered was the Doom. And even he went 5-3-12, considering how bad of a landing stage he had. He was still in a positive KDA at the end of the game anyway. His net worth looked fine, and even with those really dominant styles of lane where it looks like we're about to see a sub 10-minute Battle Fury from Olden, it apparently just doesn't matter.
No. And I want to appreciate the item build-up in Quest as well. We didn't really get to talk about it considering how fast the game went. But we saw pretty much the alignment of triple Gleipnir coming out almost at the same time. Noob and TA2000 did manage to align their Gleipnir timing to at least the initial Atos, and then you had another Gleipnir eventually come out as well on our Hoodwink, and it's just so much hold early on. You're not expecting anyone to get a quick BKB or a quick Manta style out here as well, so it just led to that constant rundown. Like, they itemized very correctly just to maintain that aggression here.
We do thankfully have game number 1, I believe, starting as we speak, Jonathan, so we should have a draft underway very, very soon here between these two sides. Again, I don't know what Mals are meant to do here in this series, Jonathan, but, bring out something special for this draft. And I say that they kind of did that for game 1 anyway with the whole Jakiro PA laning phase, but it just, again, did not mean enough for game number 1. See if they have something else that's a little bit quirky here for game 2. Maybe it might be time to go back for those bristleback pos ones that we tend to see from Olnit, just those style of drafts that they're very comfortable running. I don't know. I don't know, John. I just want to close the game.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see what does come in. Again, I can't fault them for going back to the PA. Again, laning-wise with the Jakiro, it felt really strong. Keen on seeing where the adjustments will be. We should have our draft ready on hand in a short moment, guys. Don't you worry. But we can give you a radio show of the band so far. Quest taking care of the Enigma and the Shadow Fiend. Mao is taking care of Tiny, TA, Pangolier, and Darkseer. So taking care of some of the bigger key issues, big heroes right now. Again, I'm wondering what they'll get overall on Mao's. Will we get another Force Hero first pick? Quest does have first pick overall, so they can kind of sneak away with stronger picks. They banned the Beastmaster into the Broodmother that was left alone. I am concerned. In the right hands, this Broodmother, I mean, again, when we saw it in Pause 1, it didn't look amazing or not to me. Can't fault him. It wasn't a great Broodmother game. But if they do manage to get a lot out of this Broodmother from Quest without natural counters, no Darkseer around this time, it does feel like this can be overwhelming to deal with.
Oh yeah, I believe it is going to be very overwhelming to deal with. Again, this Brood, I have been hearing a lot of ramblings about how strong it is right now, and I imagine we might just see a position 3 Broodmother this game, John. I assume it probably won't be a position 1, but you never know, as apparently we can throw to the draft to see exactly what's going on. I'm sure the viewers would like to see. As Mals, they will go ahead and first pick themselves a Primal Beast as well. Very nice. What is it, John? You're laughing about something.
No, I just love your segues, Mikey. We'll see soon enough. But yes, the Prowling Beast is on hand. And that is one way, I suppose, to deal with the Spiderlings, right? Trample is a fairly good way. You have added AoE if you go for that facet as well with your Uproar. So it is somewhat a good counteraction on the Broodmother. I'm keen on seeing if this is just her Force hero now as well. I feel like that's something I just associate Primal Beast's personality to Force. Whatever that means to you guys, that's what it means to me. I don't know why.
You know, Force has played the hero a lot, John. I don't know if the personality per se really matches what Force's personality is like. Well, what is his personality like,
it's
John,
because of
apart
the
from
taunt. Okay, you've never had the opportunity to sit down with Force. I sat with him and Cuckoo. For some reason, it was some qualifier earlier this year, maybe Elite League 1 open qualifiers. I sat in with Cuckoo and Force. Force, you know, when we saw him in Japan, he was, you know, relatively quiet, but he would talk a little bit. They would poke fun at each other with Boomy and all of that. But Force would not shut up. I swear to goodness, as we can get into the draft. Force talked for a solid 5 minutes. Cuckoo couldn't get a word in. It was just, he was making jokes to himself.
Well, that's saying something, Jonathan. You never not let the master speak, but apparently Force took priority over Cuckoo, which... Oh, I don't know, you know, Force, be careful, sir. You're speaking to the godfather of Dota, of CA Dota as Mouse. They are going to go for the Hoodwink ban out, finally, as we do get to see some more picks coming in. There's your Witch Doctor, Jonathan.
Yeah. Big fan of the Witch Doctor coming out. It does feel like the facets aren't, you know, the Voodoo Festeration's not that great, but the Paralyzing Cask Headhunter is still really strong. I'm wondering which is the priority here, because we want to burn down Spiderlings. The Festeration feels like the way to go. It's open enough. Quest will go back for the Snapfire pickup into the Jakiro themselves. I love this from Quest. It's a lot of early aggression coming out here with the way they're drafting. There's a ton of ways to just run down early. The teamfight control isn't the most stable in the world, to be fair, but the early tempo is just insane. Like, if this is not going to be the Force mid, instead like a Supreme mid Primal Beast versus Snapfire is still pretty good for Snap. That lane still works out for it. You can still flex Snapfire to support with the Jakiro. I like the flexibility. I think Quest has, again, very strong ideas to how to play this early tempo really well.
Why the hell not? Why the hell not? Just run it back. Mouse. We're going to go into the Sven. I imagine a position 1 Sven is what to expect, and we will see the support Rubik being picked up as well. So indeed, it is going to be the position 1 Sven being picked up here for the side of Mouse. A PSG Quest, I'm sure not too concerned about that pick. See what they want to try and respond with themselves. The Slider will make its appearance now.
I like it. It's a way of just taking away Warcry. You know, it's just to make sure that you can pierce through the Sven, along with the Lil Shredder minus armor as well. Does make it a little bit simpler to look for those quick kills that we know Quest will want to be hunting for. And that does also provide maybe some flex. You could run Slaughter mid as well. You could put the Snapfire again on support. You could run Slaughter off lane with a Snapfire. That lane sounds really devastating. Double stuns, good magic damage, decent enough reach. So I like this from Quest. Just this great snap pickup. I think this Rubik pick does have a lot of value for Mouse. You do have some really easy spells to steal. The kisses aren't too hard for the Rubik to snag away. All the Jakiro spells are going to feel amazing on the Rubik as well. The Slaughter, Broodmother spells maybe not as much, but everything else is fair game here overall. And I'm just wondering how they close it out. Again, there's still this flexibility in the Primal Beast for the side of Mouse to kind of consider. They can just opt for Force on it or Supreme. But Quest can also just shift the Slaughter around, shift the Snapfire into a core position if need be. You have last pick overall on Mouse, so I would say that gives him a little bit more of an edge to get a matchup that feels good for Force or Supreme. I'm just wondering what that matchup will be like.
Let's find out very soon, Jonathan. We've got to wait for some more bans to come out. We'll see PSG Quest get rid of the Husker. Now, Miles, it's kind of a question of what do you want to ban out now? Because you don't know where anyone's going with this laning stage, I don't think. So much flexibility here with PSG Quest's draft. Minute and a half to think about these final bans. They'll get rid of the Monkey King for now. So maybe just looking for those signature kind of core pickups here for PSG Quest with these ban-outs. You know, the draft is just so flexible though. Like, you know, you can always flex the Snapfire back mid, you can have the off-lane brood, the safe lane brood, the mid brood. Slider can basically be any kind of lane as well at the moment. Like, nothing's set in stone with this draft so far from Quest. They can just move everything around at any moment.
They can. I'm curious to see what Mao's gets a read on. Again, it looks like they were expecting the Snapfire to just go support this game. Slaughter maybe mid or off. Broodmother maybe probably off for one. Open enough. It is leading into this longer ban out for Mao's. Again, they have last pick overall. Shouldn't be too worried. They take care of the Kotl. Just don't want to be run down early with such high magic damage tempo on top of everything else. Backline jump. Solely stuck on the Primal Beast, so clearing something like the Kotl out would be fairly annoying. Quest for their part, it does feel like you just kind of need to take care of mids. Guessing they are expecting maybe something else here for Supreme. All of the mids have been left in the pool though. Like outside of maybe the Kotl, Monkey King, and Pango, there's still like Ember. We still have Storm. Void Spirit we've seen a little bit of in some other games. We haven't seen much Zeus in the Riyadh Masters here, the Esports World Cup. That's an option as well, although I don't think it's going to be coming out anytime soon, perhaps.
Still PSG Quest. Final ban to be made. They'll get rid of the Storm mid. And immediately into the pick, they'll just go straight for the Dragon Knight, not messing around at all. Very nice way of kind of rounding off the draft here for themselves. Mals, how do they want to respond? I mean, it's a pretty boring last pick from Quest, Jonathan. We know DK. It's just a very standard kind of mid laner you can run and guaranteed to have a nice time. What do Mals want to kind of run to deal with it?
It's hard to say because you're not sure where it's laning. This could be DK safe, you end up with Slaughter mid, Broodmother off. You could run DK mid, Broodmother 1, Slaughter off still. You could flex it all around in every lane. It's hard to get a read as to what Miles will do. Like, a DK into Primal Beast lane still feels like DK can kind of work it. Just Dragon Tail stun. Even on pause 1, Dragon Tail stun Primal Beast while he's trampling. You're pretty happy on DK at that point. I mean, Mao's also has that flex, and you could run Primal Beast mid. Chances are you will still end up either in a DK or Slaughter lane, which, again, doesn't feel like the most ideal. I feel like these are two melee matchups that work better for Quest's end. Managed to cover their bases here on the flex threat of the Primal Beast. Might as well kind of have to pick their poison, because I don't see the Primal Beast having an amazing lane either way. Laning into either a DK or Slaughter. We'll go with the Invoker, so a Supreme special coming in. And that should deal with the mid lane DK quite okay. And maybe not fully go for the kill threats. There are some kill opportunities around the map though. Especially if you do go for the Sunstrike early on. You want to go Exort. There are some opportunities. We will get the TA2000 Broodmother. I do believe that's one of TA2000's specials on the safe. So that should be a little bit of a treat coming in. I'm keen on seeing this one. Very different drafts, especially from Mouse. It's a little bit of comfort still in play, but the draft of Quest is just very interesting. Like, if this gets off on a running start, it all falls flat. And you also have Omar on the Ice Frog Snapfire. How can you fault anything with Ice Frog on it?
No, you can't, John. You can't. And we'll be getting into this game number 2, hopefully very, very soon. PSG Quest, Jonathan, I must say, after their draft was completed, did look very, very happy. All smiles on the side of PSG Quest. Couldn't get a look at Mals, but I imagine they're a little bit more serious going into this game too. And we shall see how it does pan out. Still trying to force a draw here is Mals Esports. Though their odds of getting a tiebreaker scenario are extremely low at this stage, but you know, you play for every win. You know, for dramatic effect, Jonathan, I like to say it's still somewhat existent.
in their hearts and minds, I think.
Yeah.
But
we can pretend it exists, John. You know, it doesn't hurt.
I suppose. You can pretend, and I guess Quest could pretend to give Mouse a shot as well. We'll see if that's something they're willing to do here. Mouse, again, I appreciate going for the Invoker. I appreciate giving Force his Primal Beast once more that we have been used to seeing from him since his time in Southeast Asia. It is something he performed spectacularly on Ducal, says round 2. Fight! They're feeling it on the side of Quest.
Alright, Ducalis has been very, very chatty, especially with Narman. And Narman hasn't said much. Narman's been very quiet. It is what it is. I suppose you want to be on the winning side of things before you start to talk, I guess, here for Narman. And that has certainly not really been the case here, as well, both sides still smoked up, still ready to try for a level 1 team fight. See if they do try to force it. You know, one hand PSG Quest, they do have a Brood, so you are kind of lacking another hero to play with. It's like all she's got is a spin web at the moment. You know, she doesn't really have any spells to throw out. Bit of a depressing level 1 team fight ability to have.
30 seconds to battle.
That it is. But again, I appreciate going for Necrotic Webs and dropping one in mid, just to get a little bit more for your mid lane matchup. Not that I don't think, you know, going up against Supreme, it doesn't feel like the biggest issue in the world. But it just allows you to win a little more, you know?
It makes sense. I like it. Boundary's about to spawn up. Looks like Malik's going to go and swipe a Watcher away. Bit of a fight over the bounties. And it appears we are going to get a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of PSG Quest. So Mouse will miss out on one. Not the biggest deal, but already a decent start here for PSG Quest.
That it is. Just set some good tone. Maybe get some faster timings or more region on mid if need be. Do come in with just the double circlet, Gauntlets of Strength into the Iron Branches here for Noob, so no sustain. Probably not expecting too much harass anyway from Supreme. Going for the Elitist, Wex early on. Increased movement speed can be annoying, but it's not going to really drag Noob away. Very stable lane down mid for the DK. Shouldn't expect this one to be too flashy. Maybe Supreme, again, if he does go for early Exort, could look for some opportunities for Sunstrike cleanups in the side lanes. I think that's one way to kind of get some tempo here for the Invo, if he can afford to go Exort down the line. We shall see. Rune control, not particularly important for either side either. So I think this does allow both teams to focus in on the side lanes completely and just look to eke out an advantage on each side here.
What about those side lanes? I mean, the top lane right now, Bengun and Olnit against Omar and Malik. Seems like it's pretty okay time for Olnit so far. Of course, as the levels do come up, you start to get a little bit afraid, though, against this Slardar. You do have a very nasty combination as well with the Snapfire and Slardar. The Cookie into the Slithering Crush, and of course the Bash of the Deeps to come up straight after that. I think the level 3 timing for Malik's going to be very, very potent, of course. And, well, if you are Olnit, that Bash of the Deeps, it is going to be very scary.
That it is. You do still have to respect maybe the level 2, level 3 spike as well of Maus. Like, they have double stun with Cask, plus the Stormhammer into a Maldic play that can come in. Probably looking at level 3, will want the Voodoo Restoration to sustain here for Bengen. But there is some counterplay potential for sure up top. Down bot, of course, we're looking at Narman and Force on the Rubik, plus the Primal Beast up against Ducalis and TA2000 on the Jakiro and the Brood Mother. We do have Liquid Frost once again showing up here for Bengen. There is, again, that slow stacking that can come in. A little bit of aggression up top. You are seeing snippets of that double stun that can kick in here.
Bengun and Olnit both getting quite low, but they are able to get their way out of there. So far, pretty quiet across all lanes. No kills coming out quite yet. Of course, looking back to that mid lane, Noob is having an extremely good time on the Dragon Knight. With Supreme on the Invoker, there's not too much you can do in terms of contesting the CS game with DK. Like, Noob's always going to win the Deny War and the CS war that he's having right now with Supreme, and there's not really much you can do about it. As top lane, Omar gets to the high ground with the Cookie, looks for a deny play, and does get it. Mouse could not secure first blood.
Yeah, that's a lot of time commitment as well for Olnit to walk away, missing out on some CS. Gives Malik a little bit of room to soak into that level 3, so very much strong move out from the side of Quest just to deny off. Lanes are still going pretty well in Quest's favor. They're finding strong CS for Noob, strong CS for Malik and TA2000. Not much pressure from Forced Norman. They've got the lift back trample onslaught they could play with, but onto a Broodmother under her webs, it just doesn't feel like that's a very fast kill that can come out here.
That does not. I think TA2000, he's feeling very safe right now on the Broodmother. I don't think he has any fear of being dived at the moment. It doesn't really seem like Force and Narman have any intention of doing so anyway. Not quite yet. Top lane, a cheeky little cast being thrown out onto Malik, but he's going to be just fine to walk it off. It's no problem. Bottom, Narman, Chase is on now. He'll go for a TP play out, and he's actually going to make it. I think TA2000 could have afforded to go for one final right click and may have actually had the kill, but decides better of it, wants the creep wave underneath the T1 tower. Meanwhile, top lane, Olnit, going to get caught on the Sven, and he's going to go down. First blood drawn by Malik. And that's the combo that we were just mentioning, John. It's very hard to get away if they land that initial cookie.
And it is. Only so much regen Bengen has with level 1 Voodoo Restoration. Is forced to go for the cask as well, so no Maldic kill threat for our Witch Doctor and Sven combination anytime soon. And for Quest, the early game just going so fantastically well. Almost reminiscent of Game 1. There's a little bit more play coming out for Mao's. But you are still concerned about this early tempo. Again, Noob about to hit 6, already at 5.5. Not going to be held off. No support rotations onto the mid. Hard to play into an Invoker anyhow to kind of set up and try to look for kills, even though you do have some supports that have decent rotation potential into the line. 6-minute rune, not important enough for you to kind of leave this as well, considering the side lanes. I think Quests are just going to be allowed to reach this tempo, and I think my big concern is, again, DK level 6 is going to be big. They are charging down TA though.
No, I said they wouldn't, but they do. TA2000 getting caught with his pants down, and Mals, they do take full advantage. Now top lane, Malik dropping low. A double stun to land from Olnit. Also catching Omar as Malik still really playing on the edge. Not too concerned with the healing lotus he still had. We find to slowly reset on the Slardar. So far, 1-1 is Omar. Out of position, does get caught by a cask, and Omar is this time, he is down. No getting away.
Good punishment out. Mao is finding some wins across the lanes is big because, again, the laning phase just hasn't felt like it's gone their way at all. They do have some room off the back of these pickoffs now as well to just look for the 6-minute rune. They are setting up. They've got good wards as well. Watching the triangle on the Radiant side from Mao's. They should be able to maybe get an advantage off of that. Could lead to a rotation from Supreme as he's about to hit 6. But again, not likely. Although you are also getting the rotations out from Quest here.
Certainly are mid lane. Narman gonna be all right for now. EMP gonna be dropped. The Supreme may have gone a little bit too far here, I think, and he certainly has. They will take him out. The blood grenade from Omar on the end, just to finish off the kill, and that is very depressing here for Supreme, dropping already on the Invoker. It's going to allow Noob to start getting some chip damage off here with the Dragon Knight, and of course we've seen how fast these DKs do take these T1 towers. It is very, very quick. Narman will try to defend, but he's been caught by Omar. The cookie stun into the Dragon Tail, finishing him off. Supreme learning from his teammate. He'll TP by the T2 tower, but geez, that T1 tower, it's just taken so much damage. Noob's just tanking for the creep, the siege creep as well. There's no protecting this, it's gone.
No. It's a dragon form, it's the little shredder to minus armor, just gets to town so fast. At the very least, they find the deny on Supreme, so they take away a little bit of gold, but the map control is going to be the bigger issue going forward here. Inside of Quest, again, taking control everywhere, although.
Now, Malik's alright. The cask bounces were not very lucky from Bengun. It's like all that, seeing that, did not want to bother to try and throw out the Stormhammer. Tips coming out for Narman from whatever reason. Ducalis just not leaving Narman alone at all throughout this series. Narman yet to say a word here to Ducalis. Just look at the confidence from Noob here in the mid lane as well. Like, he's just farming so far forward. Well, where the T1 tower used to be, he just knows nobody's coming to try and get him.
Yep. And if they did, they just don't have enough damage unless they fully commit like all of their spells. It's going to take a lot of effort to just put this DK down at this point. The start for Quest, it does even out with a couple of kills from Mouse, but again, your lanes have still gone spectacularly well. Already at the level 6 for Malik. Still have the Dragon Form ready to go once more on Noob. You're getting a lot of farm out here for TA2000 to just camp a lane eventually as he approaches his level 6 with the Spiderlings. A little bit of smoke out for Omar and for Noob. Could still keep that pressure up. Only Bengen showing the lane. Olnet already hugging that jungle early on.
Top lane Noob, he's going to find Bengun. There you go, Omar's there on top. Poor old Bengun understands there's no chance of him being able to get out of that scenario. It seems the PSG Quest have finally warmed up. Starting to rotate all across the map. TA2000 though, bottom lane, does get caught by an onslaught. Problem is, he still runs, but the Primal does catch him with the Pulverize and takes him out. TA2000 is gone. Ducalis will hold down Force with the Ice Path and Force. He needs a couple more seconds to have the onslaught up. He's lacking mana anyway. Cookie, Malik, not going to quite reach, but he might be able to get the bash, but no. The Slithering Crush not quite landing before Force was able to onslaught away. So a very nice pickup here for the side of Mouse, finding TA2000. But they do lose their tier on top in the meantime. And quite frankly, TA, he doesn't really seem too bothered by that death anyway.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No. And all he wants to do is camp a lane anyhow and just keep shoving out, take attention away across the map as you would on the Brood Mother while trying to get some farm up. This is providing a ton of room for Noob to just farm, for Malik to just build up. The double blink timing's going to be scary if Mouse just allows us to go uncontested in terms of slowing down the Slaughter and the DK. They've got some forward vision out. They've got level 6 already up in Bengen. Even just the value point in Maldic, they can look for the burst plays. Are grouped up for it. They've got the smoke out and they'll go hunting now.
They certainly will. Ducalis barely not within range to break the smoke. They'll head right towards TA2000 once again, trying to find the pesky Broodmother. They are running the right way. Scan is out. They do catch the Brood with that scan. TA2000, he seems to sense something is wrong. Ducalis in a very nice position to break the smoke and get some nice vision down to see all this coming. TA2000 though still going to try and force the fight as Ducalis somehow still alive, gets a double Ice Path off. Ducalis, he'll finally die. TA2000 though able to get out of there. Supreme in trouble. So is Bengun. Bengun will drop. Omar does eventually go down, but they lose Supreme. Mouse, they'll get Force and Narman out of there. But TA2000 survives all of the damage they were trying to pump out. It's very nice to position that way for Ducalis. I mean, he really did just save the day here for PSG Quest.
Now, he did respawn's not that long either, and they should have their blinks coming in shortly here. Although it does look like Malik has switched his item build out of the blink. Maybe perhaps going for the Echo Saber first, and he is. So looking for a little bit more damage coming in. Do at least have one blink up. Take a look at that replay again. Positioning of Ducalis still to get his spells out, stall out that fight. Gives enough spacing for TA2000 to kind of angle away. They couldn't get the full utility out from the kisses, but Force there to intercept at least. But they still managed to slow down the Invoker in the end.
Oh, Ducalis rather, does get caught, does get taken down, but now Supreme in huge danger. The Spiderling still chasing him, though at least he will be able to get away. Thanks to the Tornado just holding them back for just a second. But he loses just so much HP the moment this Broodmother gets close to him. With that, Mal still trying to apply the pressure down to this bottom lane. So they're going to try for that Tier 1 tower. And, or perhaps this time PSG Quest might actually let them take. It's TA2000. They're still farming this bottom area of the map. He'll finally TP here.
Just trying to maximize while they can. You don't care too much about this objective. Again, you still need some build up for TA. Orchid not too far off. You've got that initial blink up on Noob. And you've got the Echo Saber up for Malik flying out now. That does stall out the double blink, but it does feel like one blink is going to get the job done. Tier 1 bot does fall now. Again, it's a much more even game coming out from Mouse. They have managed to stem the tide coming in from Quest. With Quest They still have these major item spikes lined up for themselves. You still need a ton of time for Olnet to really hit his stride. Heck, even Supreme trying to go back for what was a Midas is now just Power Treads. Does have the full Spirit Vessel at least, so if they do decide to run down, they've got some good damage here.
T2 mid tower. Slowly just being chipped away at by Noob. Onslaught bottom lane. TA2000 again being targeted, but the TPs are incoming still. They've got the Death Ward out. TA2000, he will go down as now they also catch out Omar, but Omar will survive as Force is the one to drop. They'll take down the Primal Beast. Noob chasing for more. Needs the Blink Dagger, but it's on cooldown for 3 seconds. He'll try for Bengun, but no, in fact he won't. He'll let Bengun go. Instead they'll try for Narman on the Rubik. Narman able to avoid the Ice Putt that was incoming. Noob getting caught by a cask, a very nice cask in fact, coming out from Bengun. Noob maybe in a bit of danger, does walk away as the kisses do start to fly in from Omar, forcing back Mouse, but now they can start to move back in. Still Malik trying to find Supreme on the Invoker, looking to back out, he's gone too far, he will drop. Mouse finally able to punish the side of PSG Quest. They'll try for Dekalis now, Dekalis being chased by Narman. It looks like they should have it. The Sunstrike, it will land. Supreme able to pick up a double. And PSG Quest giving quite a few kills back the way of Mal's Esports.
Yeah, those are substantial kills. Malik just going a little bit too far forward. Really great usage of their stuns here on Maus to interrupt that. Even getting the rotation out from Olnet to provide some pressure and some coverage on that retreat. As mentioned, to get some punishment going their way. On the side of PSG Quest, it does feel like they need to be a little bit more patient. Again, you don't have a blink on Malik. If Noob jumps in by his own at this point, it does feel like you need the backup. You need an instant response. I'd say really good kisses out from Omar, or an Ice Pad out to help keep that control going for Ducalis. Are scanned out on Mouse. They go through the gate up top. Might not be able to find this kill on Omar. That does take attention away. Again, it is about time for Quest to kind of slow things down, get that build-up you want on TA2000, allow him a lane to just camp, get the blink up on Malik first, maybe gun for this BKB on Noob. Once you have those timings lined up, it does get a little bit more manageable. For Maus, though, I mean, their own BKBs are being formed up on Olnet. You've got the Witchblade coming out for Supreme, and the BKB for Force, which is pretty much done with 50 gold left. So they are ready to keep this momentum going their way. If they do manage to find maybe a fight or two more, Roshan becomes a possibility as well. If Olnet's ready to kind of just dig into the pit with God Strength, they can easily look for that off the back of a pickoff.
They're watching Olnet right now here on the Sven. Seems like they do think better off just jumping in and trying to burst down Olnet. He did have his whole team right behind him. Still rotating around the long way, Mouse. They'll head into that Radiant Triangle. Line's being drawn towards Malik, who's currently farming the top lane, though Malik does look to now retreat. Mouse back into the mid lane. They'll go by the tier 1 tower. They'll get some vision down behind the tier 1. Jump is there onto Dekalis. Dekalis getting caught by the Primal Beast and does drop. So they'll get something.
That they will. They also managed to steal Macropyre from Narman. Great patience from him. Going to be able to leverage that in the team fight. They are setting up to defend bot instantly. No defense mid. All the Heroes of Quest are in this general area.
There's your macro ping committed. Omar still okay, but now the Tornado to catch him by Supreme. So Omar just going to turn around, accepting his death. Now 2k advantage for Mouse. I mean, they have certainly found themselves in a very nice position on the top of the net worth board on the Sven. And PSG Quest, the ones that need to find a way to catch up. And well, for now, it's the second game today, John, where we've seen a Broodmother not really able to carry the game. Not yet, at least.
It just feels like it needs so much more. It's not really eating up map space the way you'd want it to right now as well. The laning start for TA2000 was a little bit slower. He is keeping up with Olnet's farm. It does feel like this Broodmother wants the advantage on hand to really start to leverage that early spike the hero can have. Mouse, for their part, they're not going too crazy yet. They did all gate up top, but they didn't drag Olnet along. Not going to commit the God Strength for something like a Roshan take yet. BKB, only the recipe away now for Olnet. That should allow a lot more frontline play for that Sven. They're not relenting on the pressure, though. Force taking point, clearing out some wards here.
There we go. They've caught a Primal. Force, though, able to walk away as he had his team right behind him. Bottom lane, looks like TA2000 was farming the creep wave, and immediate TPs do come down to see if they can look towards killing off that Broodmother once again. Olnet's going to move into that jungle on the south to see if they can find the Brood. Narman is indeed going to spot him, but the lift up is onto a Spiderling. Not going to have the opportunity to get the actual heroes, so TA2000 will be able to escape this time around. It seems like he is on his way to farm a BKB now on the Brood.
Yeah. Up top, though, they take the gate across. One pick off here. They could try for Roche, but no one from the side of Quest stick around for too long still. Mouse. No, couldn't play it safe. They do have the BKB ready now on Force. And again, the BKB is not too far off on Ulnet. If they take this objective, Roshan does become a much easier thing to take as well for Mouse. Does look like they are starting to set up for that. They've got good forward wards to watch right by the tier 1 as well, in case any counterplay comes in for that objective, although they don't have that much time on nighttime Roche. Scan, Quest having the good right idea, just not quite there yet for Mouse. But they have their own BKBs ready now in Quest. New ready to frontline. They'll smoke off the back of this one.
Top lane. The rotation is out. Quest moving north. Mouse. They're actually going to go through the twin gates. There was a scan out on that bottom twin gate, but it does wear off just before Mal's Esports get there. And now Mal's are actually running back towards their own triangle. PSG Quest looking to go through the twin gates themselves now. You do see Supreme farming the creep wave, and Olnet will now show on the bottom creep wave, so they do want to go. PSG... Oh, Olnet! He went for the Watcher! Oh, I tell you what, John, these Watchers are such bait. They are such bait every time. Roshan's up. Off we go.
That was pretty confusing for Maois. It felt like they had the right idea. Take the gate across, set up for bottom Roche. And they just leave the area. Walk into that triangle, like you said. Walk into the jungle area, and it's just Olnet left. Now Roshan gets picked up by Quest. They get to even out the game off the back of that. Doesn't take too long for Roche to fall. Secondary life on TA2000. Maois, that bit of disconnect as a team. It's severe punishment. You give an opening like that to Quest, they will use it to blow the game open.
Absolutely do. It's a very, very interesting position now in this game too, because PSG Quest, they were somewhat behind, but with that Aegis up, it certainly starts to feel like they take over as they'll take the Tormentor on the dire side of things. Nice and easy. Omar will pick up his shards now on the Snapfire. And PSG Quest, they are looking towards that bottom tier 2 tower. Seems like they are going to just back their way out of there. Though it is Mal's now chasing them down. Mal's smoking up, looking at TA2000. A counter smoke, but Narman jumps in. He found the Broodmother, but TA2000 got the BKB up in time. They'll still try to rush forward, but there's no pulverize out from Force to catch out the Brood. Omar, he's the one to go down to the Snapfire, but that's about all they've gotten so far as Malik gets the TP away. So all of that, but you only really got the snap. Not really too big of a deal here for PSG Quest or Mouse.
No. I mean, you do manage to force at least the BKB charge on TA2000 down to the 8-second charge. Not the biggest deal in the world. Still a lot of time there for TA to kind of do what he wants in all of these engagements. Mouse, they need these pickoffs to work. They need to reel this game back their way. It does feel like there's some pressure to try to waste this Aegis, make farming a little bit less comfy for them on the side of Quest. Because as this game scales on, I mean, you do have good scaling on the side of Mao's overall. You can alacrity up Olnet up front. He's going to do a ton of damage. It does feel like you're scaling on DK plus Slardar plus Broodmother in terms of these triple cores. There's very stable scaling across that. And all of them are finding fairly equal farm. On the side of Mao's, it's all pouring onto Olnet. Force and Supreme have taken a little bit of a back seat here in comparison to get that farm distribution going.
Now a 3-man smoker. PSG Quest, they're not looking to slow down. They come.
Are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stun is out. They have caught themselves a very nice target. They have found all that. All they're going to be forced to try and fight back. The BKB is off. He's found one, and he's found two. Noob is down. So is Omar. The turnaround is officially here for Mouse Esports. They do take out Ducalis. But suddenly, I mean, it looked like he should have gone down real quick, but gets the BKB off just barely, and well, suddenly now the game switched around once again.
Just an unfortunate spot for Quest to take that fight. Right behind was Bengen. And you get that cask off with Maldic to get a decent channel of Death Ward. Heroes just melt. You still can't underestimate that output. So you can see again, just good positioning out from our Witch Doctor. And just way too clumped up. No BKBs flying on from the side of Quest. On that jump in, they tried to play it greedy. They didn't expect the supports to be there to provide that coverage. Without that debuff immunity on the Slaughter and DK, just fell apart. Like, you saw Malik immediately bail, knowing that the BKB can't fly on Noob, and it's just a done deal. 3k lead coming out for Mouse, and this is Quest playing with the Aegis. Again, it's so important for Mouse to apply this pressure to just make it so uncomfy for Quest to try to maximize the Aegis into a tier 2. They're not able to cross that line. The split push from TA, it's not really coming out. He is going straight to a Butterfly, so our Broodmother will start to pump some good damage out, cause some issues in trying to get some hits in as well. It just doesn't feel like that's going to be enough yet. Feels like we need to see Quest play as a strong unit, be pretty smart about their debuff immunity usage. They waste the kisses out on an illusion, unfortunately enough.
They do. Mouse still looking for a nice target to pick off here so they can start looking at some objectives. Tier 2 bottom tower is where Ulna will end up. Tier 2000 though, still taking the top tier 2. Not really too challenging for a Brood, of course. We'll let the Aegis expire in about 20 seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Mouse, they are starting to group up in that Radiant jungle by the tier 2 mid. But they will retreat there as well. So back to the farm game. Seems like they're more than happy to just continue buying Ulna more and more time. I suppose the scaling potential for the Sven seems to be a lot higher than what you've got on PSG Quest. But I suppose we'll wait and see. I mean, maybe there's some broken stuff we're not aware of quite yet with this carry Broodmother. That level 25 talent does look kind of busted, but we'll see.
It's just a long while till that level 25 for the BAT. Does feel like you need to consider some ways of controlling the Sven outside of just chain stunning him. Maybe a halberd could be some good piece of kit here for Quest if they can find some room to get that in their item build-up. I don't think you're outscaled too hard in Quest. Again, your triple scaling is pretty good on Slaughter, DK, and Broodmother, whereas for the side of Maoist, it does feel like it's mainly reliant on Ulna to really dish that damage. The damage drop off for Primal Beast is there, although he does have some secondary spikes with, say, the Ags, and how durable he can be up front. And, you know, with an Invoker, there's a lot of utility to throw out. It does feel like Quest, again, has to respect that AoE control. Just Cask, Maldic, and the Stormhammer on top. You need to be smart when you jump in with these BKBs. They need some more vision. They've got a good line across the river from mid into the top jungle. But that's not where Maus have been playing recently. They're still hugging bot. They've been hugging their triangle. They've got the full AC up now on Ulnit. So he's very much tanking through all of that physical output. Does not care as much about the Corrosive Haze either. Just melt another tier 2 in exchange as well.
Very, very easy so far for Mouse. I mean, couple back and forths, but Mouse now suddenly looking very confident here in this game too. As they will go for the 5-man smoke running through the mid lane. PSG Quest holding their position in that Dire jungle. But it's only really two of them right now, Noob and Omar. They've been left behind on their own. They'll run north, they'll try to avoid Mouse, and well, Mouse, they actually don't realize that they were there. So big rotations out from Mouse with the smoke, but they find nothing for it, sadly. Just a few wards being placed down, but that's really about it. You still have the opportunity for Noob, though. Still at the top right corner of the map, but it doesn't seem like anyone believes he's there.
Yeah. Oh.
And he gets out. They never checked.
Yeah. A little bit sneaky coming out. That does stall for time. TA2000 has the full butterfly up now on the Broodmother. I will say 35% evasion with a 60% miss chance from capacitating Bite, because those are two separate things, evasion and miss. Does feel like as long as TA2000 can maybe focus his hits onto Allnet when the BKB fades or before the BKB turns on, can be hard to burst down this Brood. We'll see.
Here we go. Stun is out. They caught the Primal Beast for now, but Force is still pretty tanky and pretty fine to just walk away as Malik. He'll have all his mana drained. Jump in again from Noob with a casual stun onto Force, but he's just way too tanky to deal with right now. Even with the Corrosive Haze out on him, he's just got too much armor. Mal's very patiently waiting for their chance to jump in. Roshan still 30 seconds away, so there is a bit of time for both sides to reposture, reposition, and see if they can find themselves a better position for this next fight. You still got those wards down here, so they are going to jump. They found the spend for now, but they don't have the follow-up damage to really burst them down, as now they actually caught out the Slaughter. Malik is down already. That's one gone for Quest. Supreme being chased here by Noob. Supreme might just drop, and he does. They have found the mid-invoker. A 1-for-1 for now. Meanwhile, TA2000, he's got a double stun off with the cookie, but it seems like they want to try and retreat for a little bit of Supreme in a bit of danger on the Dragon Knight. Will try to turn a man up. He's still alive for a little bit longer. Forster trying to chase him down to the Primal, but Noob is able to blink out. Omar, Cookie's over that little ditch, but he's been caught in the snap. PSG Quest out of fuel. Stakalis also going to be caught here by Force. Will go down. It's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Mouse. And Quest, I mean, it's very prolonged team fights, but they just continue to get kited here by Mouse, and Mouse just with the patience to turn eventually and get the job done.
Yeah, and again, a couple of issues coming out here for Quest. Every time they dive forward, Force with his own BKB just turns around, gets the Pulverize off. Nothing to block that single target debuff immunity piercing spell. And without the follow-through, without Malik being able to just spam out Corrosive Hazes in the back line, try to burst down heroes with a Slitherin Crush and the Chain Bashes, it doesn't feel like you can get the numbers advantage quick enough on Quest. Yes, they managed to find a nice kill in taking care of Supreme, but it's just not enough. Roshan open now for Mao's. They're in the bot area. They've scouted out with Bengen. Aegis plus the good old Roche banner now for the high ground siege can make things easier for Mao's to dig in. And for the side of Quest, and we are seeing some of that damage coming out from TA2000 now. Right, some of that durability kick in with the mischance plus the evasion. It's just not enough. There's no way for him to connect into the two Blink heroes, so he's forced to play in the front line while everyone's trying to rip the back, but Mouse is all grouped together that there's no real split off. It feels like both Noob and Malik are just running into the lines den, and it's TA2000 cleans up softer front line in an order that you don't necessarily want.
Omar caught out top lane. No way of getting out of that one. He is gone. A 5k advantage now for Mouse, even with the MKB up now on Olnit, so Olnit just not going to have any more issues with the evasion of this Broodmother. Even an amp damage rune just waiting for whoever can find it here on the side of Mouse Esports. Seems like Force is going to scout it out and probably will... No, he just takes. Of course he does. Well, maybe he'll wait for Olnit to take it, but no. He wants it himself. You take it, Force.
That's good old Force. That's our Force. No, that's pretty much on brand for him. I mean, to be fair, double damage on Problem Beast, not the worst thing in the world. The trample damage. Maybe Pulverize as well, if you want to consider that with Spell Amp. And it is fine. They are clearing out the objectives. Tier 2 mid does fall. One outer tower left for Quest. And Mao's, they've done a fantastic job of just turning this game on its head. Not allowing TA 2000 to play a standard Broodmother game. It's been very slow for TA. The farm has been there, but the impact it just hasn't been felt. Now they're onto that last outer tower. And Quest, for their part, it doesn't feel like they have the fight for it. They could still hold high ground. You have Macro Power, you have Ice Pat, you have Slytherin Crush. There's a lot of AoE to play with. But I don't think you take any fight outside unless you find a pickoff here.
Here we go, Mal's Esports. Onto the high ground they'll go. The tier 3 tower under siege.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They'll try to slow it down just by chipping away with the ice path of the Jakiro.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Well, there goes your top barracks. No contest here from PSG Quest thus far. And Mouse, for now, get away with it completely freely. They have all their spells up. They could probably look to just go mid. Olnit thinks about it and does decide to do so. Still has the Aegis, still has the God Strength, still has everything. Might just wait for his first life to go before he pops the God Strength, of course, but that'll be up to him. We'll wait and see what he wants to do. Jump is there. Noob, he'll throw a stun out with the Ice Path to follow up, but Olnit can just casually walk out of there. And of course, you are going to have the reset of Bengun with the Voodoo Restoration. So Olnit can just wait a couple seconds and kind of get back to it. That there is a smoke here from PSG Quest. They're looking for Supreme on the Invoker. Supreme picks up an Invis, does get stunned up here by Malik, and the jump is there. Supreme is gone. Kiss is out. Olnit has been spotted. They'll get the Corrosive Haze out onto the Sven. Cookie is going to land as well into a Spiderling. Meanwhile, an onslaught out from Force trying to rush forward to find himself a couple of supports, but finds nothing so far as Olnit. Being jumped again here by Noob. Still looking for the fight. Does have the Aegis. Will give his first life up. Keep in mind, he has the God Strength ready to go. Meanwhile, toward the north, Malik still fighting, but the Pulverize out from Force going to hold him down. Malik drops. Olnit now looking for more. They found TA 2000. That's the big one. They've got the Broodmother. TA 2000 able to BKB and run. Barely gets away in the nick of time. They did at least force a buyback out for Malik. So you miss out on the Broodmother kill, but at least you get the buyback committed. And Mouse, they are still waiting on the high ground of that Radiant Triangle. They still want to go. They have time on the God Strength to get another kill or two.
Radiant are scanning.
Force, not quite onslaughting in yet. He'll try to scout out, gets a bit of vision down. Narman, lift is up. He found Ducalis with that one. That'll be Ducalis to drop.
Nice little pickup for the side of Mouse. I mean, they do have the buyback and Supreme. So you're going to be down the Invoker buyback for the next few moments, although...
Well, they found Noob now. Noob trying to get out of there, but the Death Ward just doing so much damage from Narman. They have found Malik to boot. Force just doing so much work on the Primal Beast as Omar. Well, Omar's going to try to run, but they've got their hands up. They're waving him goodbye. TA 2000 not looking good either. He'll drop a full team wipe, and GG is called. They have seen enough on the side of PSG Quest. And that'll be a draw, Jonathan. 1-1. Mal's at least managing to force this draw before this series is over.
Yeah, a nice little win for Mao's. Just rather unfortunate that it does not affect tiebreak results any longer. They are out of the running. They needed to get a clean 2-0 here. But they set a good tone. You know, seeing how well Quest played in game 1, getting a win over a team like that does make it feel good. And we'll see if that, you know, if those tiebreaks come in. I think we might get some updates later on. But again, props to Mouse for managing to at least get a draw to close out the play-ins.
Absolutely. And of course, with that, we will throw to a break. And hopefully we'll be back after a very short break to have a bit of an interview. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters. Of course, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we just saw Mouse pull off the Game 2 victory against PSG Quest, which has made it so they did force a draw between the two teams. Of course, what it means, we don't know yet, but of course, Mouse at least give themselves a possibility of being able to get through to some group stages. Anyway, besides that, though, I'm sure they're very happy to get that Game 2 victory. What is it, John? You're about to correct me again, aren't you? What are you going to say now?
The potential tiebreakers don't involve Maus any longer. Unfortunately, they needed a 2-0. But there are still potential tiebreakers in the other series. Still, again, for Maus, at least setting that tone, taking a win over one of the top two teams in their group. That set a good tone for the decider. What, Mike? It's already set. I laid the foundations earlier. I know you have me on mute.
I literally said, right, that they can get to the group stages. I never said there was tiebreakers, sweetheart, right? So perhaps you're the one who needs to unmute, because I'd never said the words tiebreakers. Anyway, good news for you, Jonathan. We do have an interview. Supreme is here to join us. So we can throw over to Supreme and have a bit of a conversation with somebody who is listening. Supreme, congratulations on your Game 2 victory, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, it was a close series. I mean, yeah, we are feeling good, of course, but not super satisfied with our performance.
Oh, can you talk to us about what happened in Game 1? Like, Game 2, you guys looked fantastic. Game 1, it looked a bit rough. What went wrong for you guys?
Yeah, I think we had like okay lanes, but they broke the lanes since like minute 5 or 6, and we didn't like react properly, I think. And the game is just hard from that. They keep snowballing.
No, I mean, that's fair enough. Go on, Johnny.
All right, I'm curious, Supreme. You guys have stuck mostly as a unit together since even before Maus, right? What do you see is different from your performance this year compared to last year? I know it's a very different place for you guys as a team, but what's changed? What's grown for you guys in Maus now?
I'm not sure. I have been in this team only like 3 or 4 months, so
fair.
I'm new. I'm new guy here. I'm not sure what changed for the boys really.
Fair enough. It does feel like you've all integrated very well. That's why it just feels like it for me. I'm curious, going into this, you guys are going to be playing into the deciders, of course, for the play-ins into the groups. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys setting up for another best of 3 tomorrow then?
Yeah, I mean, we will prepare, and we just need to like step up our gameplay individually, I think, and we have a very, very good chance of winning.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you for that. Supremo, I'll just ask you one question on the way out. What's your thoughts on the patch right now? Do you like the patch? Do you hate the patch? What's your opinion on it?
The patch, I really like the patch. I mean, the facet, I think it's really cool. I like the meta overall. I feel like it's balanced just fine. I'm very happy with the patch overall.
Amazing.
It's fun.
Supreme, thank you so much, Supreme. It's a pleasure speaking to you as always, and we can't wait to speak to you again. Best of luck in your future game.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Supreme.
Thank you.
The lovely Supreme joining us there for an interview. Jonathan, a man of few words, seems very, very nice. They're very polite, and I like the confidence he had for his team. He's just saying, listen, we didn't play the best, but we're still a pretty damn good team. I think we've got a good chance. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, again, they recognize what happened in Game 1 very nicely. I think they course-corrected into Game 2. You know, after a Game 1 like that, some other teams would just get a little bit hard to reset. And we see from Maus, they can reset really easily. Quest is not an easy opponent. Even hoping for a 2-0, I think, would have been really tough. The fact that they managed to get a draw is already a big confidence boost, and we can take a look at highlights again from that Game 2 here. A spectacular turnaround from Maus. They managed to just prevent the early game rundown. The lanes came out a lot stronger as well. It wasn't as comfy for Quest now to hit that initial timing. We did see some good results, like some good attempts coming out from Quest, like some good cutoffs, but Maus were just ready every single time. It was them this time playing with this early tempo, them playing with these early spikes that their lineup could afford. And the big difference here is Force could play his game, right? Compared to Game 1 as the Brewmaster, he couldn't get any splits off. This time he's running forward, he got a fast BKB, he was playing confidently, getting pulverizes off and setting up for his team very nicely here.
Oh, he certainly did a fantastic job for his squad, that's for sure. And kind of the force we're used to seeing, I think, from SEA. You know, just that confident off lane that just rushes in and does force them. Very, very nice to see indeed for Mouse. I do wonder now how these decider matches do play out as well, right? Like it's going to be very intriguing. I feel like the Dota has been extremely back and forth between all these squads, and we are still on a relatively new patch, so you never know what these teams could bust out at any moment to try and secure their position through to the group stages of the Riyadh Masters. Jonathan, I mean, there's just so much on the line for these teams. You know, a lot of these teams are not going to TII. You know, this is it. This is their year over.
Yeah, this is the big one to tie in that year of Dota. And again, for Mao's, hopefully they can kind of make it true. There are no easy opponents left, I want to say, especially from Group A, considering, again, there's still a tiebreaker at Group A. There's still G2IG versus LGD to decide who will get eliminated, and then you have to figure out seeding depending on how Aurora and Nouns goes, whether or not there's a tiebreaker for that as well, up in the air. So it's going to be interesting to see. They have 1 day to adjust for that one series tomorrow, and 2 teams will come out. Again, we have 4 teams that are kind of in that middle of the pack, not locked in for groups, but are locked in for a decider match. Mouse is already in there, so they have that safety net. We will look at the stand-ins again to see just how that journey in the plains have shaped up for our team so far. Again, we still have Entity up 8-2 over that victory on Blacklist. Blacklist going 7-3 at the end, and Beast Ghost going 5-5 in Group A, with VP down in the middle, G2IG and LGD needing a tiebreaker. On our side in Group E right now, Heroic are still standing 8-1. They take 1 game over Aurora very recently. PSG Quest going for the draw at 7-3. Aurora 5-4 right now, again losing 1 game to Heroic already, and now it's taking 1 win over Azure, puts him at 4-5. So that's where the tiebreaker can potentially be. If Aurora gets 2-0'd, if Nouns manages to finish Azure at the 2-0 as well, giving them no wins, which is very depressing for Azure, that will lead into a 5-5 scoreline for that 3rd place. There's a tiebreaker there. Mao's secure, they're not getting eliminated. They will be there to play that decider match, but they aren't up for contention in that secure group stage without the decider match any longer.
Thank you for that explanation, Jonathan. Do appreciate that, because that does mean that we are going to keep this stream online as well, just in case we do have any series to go. So if you are watching on the stream, you don't turn it off quite yet. Of course, even if we do throw to a standby, there is a chance we'll come back and have some more Dota here on the B stream. Of course, at the very least, the main stream has guaranteed tiebreakers going. So you want to head over to there if you want to see that going on. Jonathan, I feel like you're going to have a heart attack if I say the word tiebreaker anymore, so I'm probably going to avoid bringing up the word again. It seems like we can indeed throw to a break, so we'll head over to a break and hopefully be back with some more Dota. We'll see you soon.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream?
I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend until we're dead. We fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, and but it's divine. They keep on selling us dreams, dreams. It's in the energy all around us, all around us, all around us. to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting guard. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm not a man. Failure's not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, I still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All they tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. Win, win, win.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.